Online workshop is recorded. Your participation means that you are giving consent to be recorded. Kindly edit your display name to first name space last name underscore affiliation. Participants are muted by default. Please stay muted and turn off your display video to allow speakers to present and to watch presentations without interruption. For questions, you may use the chat box. Type your question and the speaker whom you prefer to answer. Questions will be entertained during the open forum. Your thoughts matter to us. Don't forget to fill out the evaluation form to help us improve the conduct of our future online workshops. The link will be posted in the chat box. Be on time, be prepared, be attentive, and have fun in the Iwomb 2021. To have a full and meaningful experience in this international workshop on mathematical biology, we have the following house rules. This online workshop is recorded. Your participation means that you are giving consent to be recorded. Kindly edit your display name to first name space last name underscore affiliation. Participants are muted by default. Please stay muted and turn off your display video to allow speakers to present and to watch presentations without interruption. For questions, you may use the chat box. Type your question and the speaker whom you prefer to answer. Questions will be entertained during the open forum. Your thoughts matter to us. Don't forget to fill out the evaluation form to help us improve the conduct of our future online workshops. The link will be posted in the chat box. Be on time, be prepared, be attentive, and have fun in the Iwomb 2021. To have a full and meaningful experience in this international workshop on mathematical biology, we have the following house rules. This online workshop is recorded. Your participation means that you are giving consent to be recorded. Kindly edit your display name to first name space last name underscore affiliation. Participants are muted by default. Please stay muted and turn off your display video to allow speakers to present and to watch presentations without interruption. For questions, you may use the chat box. Type your question and the speaker whom you prefer to answer. Questions will be entertained during the open forum. Your thoughts matter to us. Don't forget to fill out the evaluation form to help us improve the conduct of our future online workshops. The link will be posted in the chat box. Be on time, be prepared, be attentive, and have fun in the Iwomb 2021. To have a full and meaningful experience in this international workshop on mathematical biology, we have the following house rules. This online workshop is recorded. Your participation means that you are giving consent to be recorded. Kindly edit your display name to first name space last name underscore affiliation. Participants are muted by default. Please stay muted and turn off your display video to allow speakers to present and to watch presentations without interruption. For questions, you may use the chat box. Type your question and the speaker whom you prefer to answer. Questions will be entertained during the open forum. Your thoughts matter to us. Don't forget to fill out the evaluation form to help us improve the conduct of our future online workshops. The link will be posted in the chat box. Be on time, be prepared, be attentive, and have fun in the Iwomb 2021. To have a full and meaningful experience in this international workshop on mathematical biology, we have the following house rules. This online workshop is recorded. Your participation means that you are giving consent to be recorded. Kindly edit your display name to first name space last name underscore affiliation. Participants are muted by default. Please stay muted and turn off your display video to allow speakers to present and to watch presentations without interruption. For questions, you may use the chat box. Type your question and the speaker whom you prefer to answer. Questions will be entertained during the open forum. Your thoughts matter to us. Don't forget to fill out the evaluation form to help us improve the conduct of our future online workshops. The link will be posted in the chat box. Be on time, be prepared, be attentive, and have fun in the Iwomb 2021. To have a full and meaningful experience in this international workshop on mathematical biology, we have the following house rules. This online workshop is recorded. Your participation means that you are giving consent to be recorded. Kindly edit your display name to first name space last name underscore affiliation. Participants are muted by default. Please stay muted and turn off your display video to allow speakers to present and to watch presentations without interruption. For questions, you may use the chat box. Type your question and the speaker whom you prefer to answer. Questions will be entertained during the open forum. Your thoughts matter. To have a full and meaningful experience in this international workshop on mathematical biology, we have the following house rules. This online workshop is recorded. Your participation means that you are giving consent to be recorded. Kindly edit your display name to first name space last name underscore affiliation. Participants are muted by default. Please stay muted and turn off your display video to allow speakers to present and to watch presentations without interruption. For questions, you may use the chat box. Type your question and the speaker whom you prefer to answer. Questions will be entertained during the open forum. Your thoughts matter to us. Don't forget to fill out the evaluation form to help us improve the conduct of our future online workshops. The link will be posted in the chat box. Be on time, be prepared, be attentive, and have fun in the Iwomb 2021.
Everyone, good morning and welcome to the third and last day of the fourth International Workshop on Mathematical Biology, or IWOM 2021. I hope everyone had a good night's sleep and is ready for today's program. The past 2 days have been amazing. We listened to great talks from our keynote and plenary speakers. The participants had their workshops and are ready to present their output this afternoon. And we had a rich discussion and exchange of comments and recommendations using the 3MP competition. By the way, we are live via Amdavid's Health YouTube channel. You can invite your friends or your research team to tune in with us because this morning we will listen to 3 more research talks from our cadre of internationally trained invited speakers with remarkable research experience. Without waiting any longer, let us listen to our keynote speaker. But before that, let's have this short introduction.
Our keynote speaker is Dr. Jomar Fajardo Rabahante. He is a professor and UP scientist at the Institute of Mathematical Sciences and Physics, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and an affiliate faculty member of the UP Open University. He holds an appointment as Junior Associate at the Quantitative Life Sciences Group of the Abdus Salam International Center for Theoretical Physics in Trieste, Italy. He is a fellow of the UP Resilience Institute and a member of the UP COVID-19 Pandemic Response Team. He obtained his PhD degree in Mathematical and Systems Engineering from Shizuoka University, Japan, and Master's degree in Applied Mathematics from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He also completed a higher education teaching certificate from the Derek Book Center for Teaching and Learning in Harvard University. Currently, he is the Dean of the UPLB Graduate School. His research interest is on mathematical modeling of complex biological and social systems. Let us welcome Dr. Jomar Fajardo Rabahante.
Okay, good morning everyone. Magandang umaga. Thank you very much to the organizers of IWOM 2021, and I know for the past 2 days, the participants here had wonderful experience and learning new methods, new techniques, new ideas. So for today, what I'm going to present is more on not really that technical, but more on how we're going to work with each other, how we can move forward as a community of mathematical biologists. So my talk today is about nurturing mathematical biology community in our country. And the title of my talk is like this? Because as you can remember, if you have attended the 2020 IWOMB, we published a paper, a feature article paper on at the Philippine Science Letters, and the title of that is Birthing a Mathematical Community in the Philippines. We started Iwomb in Cebu in 2018, and then 2019 we had the Iwomb in Bohol, and then 2020 in UP Los Baños. And with these activities, we know we are building a mathematical biology community. Sort of, we can relate that to a mother birthing many children. Okay, we as children of mathematical biology. But as we know, if we have a community, we should not just stop in creating the community. We need to further sustain, maintain the cooperation. We need to expand. We need to grow. Okay, so I think that's a key word. After birthing, we need to grow. And when we talk about growth, it is not just about numbers, but also about the qualities of people, about capacitating everyone. So each one of us can help in providing solutions to problems in biology, in agriculture, in environmental science, in medicine. So that's why the title of my talk is about nurturing. And the things that I'm going to share to you today are not that technical, but actually, to be honest, these are random thoughts that I was thinking, and I put them in my presentation just to tell you about the ideas that are going around my mind, and for us to further have discussions. And I believe that's the first step. If we want to grow, we need to continue the discussions. We need to continue talking to each other. Okay. So so the first part of my talk is about inviting everyone to sustain the momentum. We know we started 28, the iWomb started 2018, but even before 2018 there are already initiatives to build mathematical biology in our country. Even decades ago, mathematical modeling for biology is not that new. Even in the 1980s, 1990s, there are already people in the Philippines doing modeling. Modeling of infectious diseases in plants, in animals, even in medicine. There are already people doing that. But I believe you're going to agree with me that if we want really to grow, it's very hard to grow as individuals, or as just patchy people working at their own lab, and not talking to each other. So here, what we really need is, if we want to grow, to sustain the momentum that we have initiated in 2018, in iWomb 2018, and also the momentum because of COVID-19. We know because of COVID-19, many people became interested in mathematical modeling. So if we want to sustain this momentum, we need to really cooperate with each other. And when I say cooperate, this is not just cooperating with your lab mates, with your small group of people. We need to talk to other people outside our universities. We need to talk to people not just within the group of mathematicians. We need to talk to people who are, for example, if you're working on infectious diseases, you need to go outside and talk to public health experts. We need to talk to epidemiologists, to molecular epidemiologists. We need to talk to the local government units, because they are the one implementing the strategies on the ground. So you see, if we really want to grow as a community and we want to sustain this momentum, the fire inside our hearts to cooperate, to collaborate, to work with people outside our small group, we need to do this. Okay, without talking to people outside our group, it's very hard to sustain the momentum. It's like ano lang, magiging confined lang tayo inside our group and we will not grow, and yung impact natin, our impact will not be realized. Okay, so if we want to be impactful, we need to cooperate. And also, for cooperation, this is not just about cooperating among Filipinos. We need to expand our reach. We need to join the Society for Mathematical Biology. We need to collaborate with experts in other universities outside the Philippines. This is because there's no monopoly of talents. There's no monopoly of ideas, and we learn from each other. Okay? So we need to sustain this momentum. Okay. Next part of my talk is to highlight mentoring. You know, okay, so just to tell you stories, Iwomb, we started 2018, but before conceptualizing Iwomb, I believe around 2016, 2017, there's a group of people who don't know each other personally. We just met online that time, sending emails, talking in Facebook, and we just actually that time I was still studying in Japan, and some of the people are still doing their PhDs. That time we just really want to connect with each other because we know we are doing mathematical biology, and there's a fear that probably when we go back to the Philippines, there's no community, to cooperate, to collaborate with. So what we did is just within our small group, these are people coming from different universities, from UP, De La Salle, and Ateneo, etc., from different universities. We decided to somehow try to meet in 2018, and we had that Iwomb 2018. So as you see, that time sort of our mentors wala pa sa Philippines, mostly are abroad, and then it's really very difficult that time because birthing a mathematical community is not that easy. But we believe that if we want to move forward, and we should not start from scratch. I mean, younger generation should not start from scratch. Then we need to establish a mentoring environment. And actually, that's the idea of Iwomb. Okay, somehow we are having workshops, so an expert can teach young people how to do this kind of modeling, how to do this stochastic modeling, how to do statistical modeling, etc. So you see, in this moving forward as a community, mentoring is very important because we don't want to start from scratch, and this community is not just within a generation. No, it's intergenerational. If we really want to grow, we need to think that a community is intergenerational. And kayo din, as young modelers, in the future, you'll be the mentors. So you need to think that what you have now should be passed on to young people. And actually, not just the ideas, because ideas evolve, but more on the passion, more on the philosophy. Yun yung mga bagay na we can teach the young generation. And also, when we talk about mentoring, this is not just the usual mentoring. There's a teacher teaching the students inside the four corners of a classroom. No, mentoring is about going beyond the borders, tearing down the barriers. If you're from Mindanao, you can mentor someone from Luzon. If you're from Luzon, you can mentor someone from Visayas. So there's wala nang walls, and there's already mixing of personalities here, where each one of us can contribute to the growth of the young generation. So without walls, and this is intergenerational, and I believe this is one way to move forward as a community, and one way to nurture our community. And Iwomb 2021 is one of the activities that we have to mentor people who are curious, who are interested in mathematical biology. Okay. Next, diversity. So as you see, this keynote speech that I have are just on keywords. These are random words going around my mind, and these are the things that I'm sharing to you. So medyo ano siya, kaya pa ni keywords yung sineshare ko. So here, diversity. Definitely, of course, we need, as a community, we need to be unified. Unified in the sense that we have a goal, which is to help the community to solve problems in biology. But it doesn't mean that we are in a community, pare-parehas yung ginagawa natin. No. We need to be diverse because first, we have different interests. We have different skills. We have different working environment. If you're from Mindanao, probably your issues are different from the issues in Luzon. So you see, kind of diversity, we need to maximize this. We need to take advantage of this, because by having this diverse kind of people, diverse experiences, we can solve more problems in biology, and the solutions that we will come up are probably robust or holistic, are more anchored in the ground. So we need to have diversity, and I want to say this: if we want to optimize our diversity, we need to explore more. What's the meaning of being of having explorations like this? For example, in I believe there are already many universities having mathematical biology classes. So in the mathematical biology classes, what are the traditional things being taught? ODEs, finding equilibrium, probably doing some agent-based modeling, probably some parameter fitting. So as you see, it's very traditional, and usually sometimes we use traditional books by from Siam, book by Murray, etc. So these are very traditional, and there's no problem with that. But aside from those things that we have learned from the four corners of our classroom, we need to explore more. Usually, in reality, diba, usually we solve equilibrium sa classes, but in reality, things are not in the equilibrium. So can we study or investigate biological systems which are at the transient mode or at a non-equilibrium situation? Can we investigate systems that are very fuzzy or very uncertain, very probabilistic? Because usually in the classes, we are being taught of deterministic models, right? So you see, can we go beyond those things that being taught in the classroom? And we can only, and when we explore other things outside what we were taught, we can maximize, we can take advantage of the diversity that we have. For example, personally, me, well, I use ODEs, I do agent-based modeling, but ako talaga, one of my interests is stochastic processes. Oh, I love stochastic processes. Um, I had classes before in probability theory, but most of the things that I've learned, or most of the things that I know, I've learned through personal research, or by reading books, by doing my own research using these methods that were not usually taught inside the classroom. So we can have this kind of learnings if we explore beyond what's being taught in the classroom. Okay. Okay. So another part here. This is still part of the diversity, no? But expanding on on that idea of diversity. So here in Iwomb 2021, one of the focus, okay, focus topics that we have is infectious diseases. Okay. So we're talking about infectious diseases in Iwomb 2021. But it doesn't mean that we are talking about infectious diseases. We're not going to talk about non-communicable diseases. Kasi di ba, infectious diseases, yung mga communicable diseases, we're thinking na those diseases are apart, or they have nothing to say about non-communicable diseases. But actually, no. In COVID-19 pa lang, definitely COVID-19 is infectious. It's a communicable disease brought about by the SARS-CoV-2 virus. But we know one of our problems with COVID-19 is comorbidities. And itong mga comorbidities ay non-communicable diseases, diabetes, heart problems, probably HIV, and of course HIV is infectious. What I mean is yung mga cancer, ganyan. So yung mga comorbidities that people have, especially here in the Philippines, no, we have many kababayan who have comorbidities. Mga non-communicable diseases ito. And as you see, ito yung problema natin with COVID-19. And why I'm saying this, because if we are just going to use the traditional methods in infectious diseases, we use SEIR, and then yun na, we might miss other things. Okay? So we need to talk to other people who are probably experts of non-communicable diseases, kasi they are the ones who know the comorbidities. And why not? We include non-communicable diseases in our infectious disease models, di ba? So, are there models being used na merong ganong intersection? I don't know. I mean, in the Philippines, I don't know if there are. Parang wala akong narinig. Okay? Just to give you an example, here in UPLB, we established a zoonosis center because we have the College of Veterinary Medicine, and we know infectious diseases. Many of the infectious diseases were zoonotic. They came from animals and being passed on from animals to animals, and then later on to humans. But there's another group in UPLB studying non-communicable diseases, cancer, and how natural products can be used to somehow cure or prevent non-communicable diseases. And there's a meeting with these two groups saying, why not somehow create an intersection between the two? Kasi many of the infectious diseases involves non-communicable diseases then. So there's already an evolution of ideas where yung seemingly two different worlds are being, united in some way. And that's also another direction that we can have. If we want to explore more, explore things that are not in the usual realm of our areas. And there are also other things about infectious diseases. So, for example, in the Philippines, many people are using SIR, but in reality, COVID-19, for example, COVID-19 is not just about uh, it is not just about public health or about the usual epidemiology. There's economics involved. Are our epidemiological models do we include economics, or do we include behavior of people there? And when we talk about behavior of people, do we involve social scientists in creating the models? And another one, when we talk about infectious diseases, mostly we talk about the mainstream diseases. Of course, COVID-19 now is a mainstream disease. But there are other diseases out there that are neglected. Usually, they are neglected because only the marginalized people are being affected. And in COVID-19, have we thought of um, how COVID-19, a mainstream disease, affected yung mga neglected diseases na yan? Kasi di ba, most of our resources, most of our hospital resources, most of our budgets are going to COVID-19. But there are other diseases out there. So how this kind of mainstream disease affected the neglected diseases? And when we talk about infectious disease modeling, usually population level, do we include the molecular aspects of these diseases? For example, in COVID-19, we can that susceptibility and the infectiousness, yung pagiging transmissible ng SARS-CoV-2 involves the receptors, okay? Mga ACE2 receptor, and it involves yung level ng glycosylation in our cells. How are there people in the Philippines looking into this level, molecular aspects of SARS-CoV-2, and then probably later on connect that to the population level? Because syempre, yung molecular level, meron itong effect sa transmissibility, and definitely transmissibility will have effect in the higher level, or in the bigger level, I mean in the population level. So do we have those kinds of models? I don't know. In the Philippines, I don't know any models being done like that. Climate change, definitely in other diseases like dengue. I know there are already many models marrying the epidemiological models and weather factors. But for other diseases, like for example, schistosomiasis, it's a neglected tropical disease, and we know yung pagkalat nito is because of snails, and snails can be affected by climate change, etc. Pero there are not much models involving these kinds of specific special characteristics ng disease, ng mga factors na yan. So we can have more insights. So there are the bottom line is we have the classical models, but how are we exploring more other outside ng traditional areas na yan, so we can have insights that are not usually being presented in the usual models. So we can explore more. And for example, in infectious diseases, sometimes when we do the modeling, we are just at the part of the public health. Okay? COVID-19 is not, I believe, goes beyond the local public health. It's now global because of the mobility of people, because of the different policies that we have. You know, the issue of COVID-19 is a global health issue. But it's not just about a global health issue. We know there are talks that COVID-19 came from animals. So when we talk about this kind of infectious diseases, we might consider a bigger picture, which is a one health picture, where we involve zoonosis, we involve the health of animals, the health of probably also plants, and how that affects how those animals and plants affect uh, the people. So one health. But there's another level that we might consider, which is a bigger one, the planetary health. Planetary health in the sense that environmental factors are affecting the health of each one of us. And this is actually true. When Earth is sick, humans like us who are living on Earth can also be sick. Okay? If our Earth is healthy, then there are many opportunities for us to also be healthy. And diagnosing the health of Earth, diagnosing the health of our animals, of plants, can be helpful in diagnosing the health of each one of us. So when you go beyond the usual traditional realm of the methods and the ideas being taught inside the classroom, we can explore more. We can maximize the diversity of talents and ideas that we have. Now, I'm talking about expanding. I'm talking about extending our ideas. I'm talking about going beyond. But there should be a balance. Okay, why balance? Definitely, there's no standard about having a good model. So when we talk about what is a good model, there's no standard, but there are some rules of thumb. When we say what is a good model, somehow there are some rules of thumb, like we can check probably this is a good model because it is like this, like this, like this. Okay, so what are the possible criteria? As you can see in my screen, I'm talking about good model, but I strike it out because the word good is subjective. Probably, well, of course, the word useful is also subjective, but I believe it's a more workable term, useful, because there are many models out there, but what are the models that can really be useful? Okay, it means that what are the models that can be used for decision making? What are the models that can be used for knowing the situation? Okay, so when we say what is a good or a useful model, there are some points. First, it should be simple. Law of parsimony or Occam's razor, where when there are two models and these models predict or have the same results, but one is more complicated, then why choose the complicated one? Why choose the simple one, the tractable model? So I believe that's one of the things that we need to think. So I was talking about extending, going beyond the usual traditional methods. But it doesn't mean that we're going to choose a more complicated model. No, no. It's just about what are the factors that we need to consider so that we can answer the problem that we want to answer. Okay, so we need to go back to the problem. We need to go back to what's the goal of our model. Okay, and if a simple model can answer the problem, somehow provide answer to the problem, then we choose that simple model. The second one is our model should be testable. I don't want to say validated because there's no perfect model result, because each model each of the models, they are based on assumptions, and these assumptions are simplifying assumptions. So probably I don't want to use the word validating, but rather being tested. It can be tested. We can test the assumptions if the assumptions are, somehow realistic, in the sense that these are the assumptions that can represent what's happening on the ground. And also we can test the results. How far is the result from the actual data? Okay. And if there are some inconsistencies, definitely when we say testable, when we say validating, it doesn't mean it should always be consistent, no? Because sometimes inconsistencies in your model result in the data, they can provide good insights, because we can ask question why there are discrepancies, and from investigating these discrepancies, we can have, nice ideas that can provide uh, points for decision making or for policy making. But the bottom line is this should be testable. In science, the essence of science is not actually on the actual results itself, but on how we are going to test the results. Because science is about continuously testing scientific results. It's about falsifiability. It's more on how we can um, modify or revise the results, because there are things that uh, uh, there are things that are still not clear to us. So science is about exploration. So that's why in a good model should be testable. We can explore more. Okay. And probably the third criteria is it should be robust, in the sense that if, let's say, we are going to change a small parameter or small portion of our model can still uh, provide good projections or predictions or estimates. Because if our model is so sensitive, then our trust to that model might not be that high. Although I'm not saying that we should always consider stable, not so sensitive model. No. Sometimes investigating even the sensitive parts of the model will provide good insights. Why? Because if there's a factor, a parameter that when we change a small portion of that still provides, big changes in our model, then probably that factor could be significant and could be a good area for investigation. So you see, when we say about useful model, we need to balance things out, and we need to check um, what are the factors that can still be um, what are the factors that we can investigate, and what are the factors that somehow we for now we can forget, or not really forget, somehow for now we can put aside, because um, even without those factors we can still answer the problem. So the ideas that I'm sharing here is um, we need to maximize our diversity, but in some sense we still also need to balance our modeling efforts, because sometimes if we make our model very complicated, we might miss the opportunity. Okay, especially in terms of time. Okay, so yeah. And when we talk about nurturing a mathematical biology community, we should not just only train people to do mechanistic modeling. Somehow, I believe there should be people in our community who are good in data science, or not just in data science, but even in data engineering, in data management, how to store, how to retrieve data, how to visualize data, and how we can maximize data for parameter fitting, for testing. Why I'm saying this? In COVID-19, definitely, of course, there are modelers doing SEIR, but most of the work are with the data scientists, data managers, because there are huge amount of data that need to be processed. There's a huge amount of data that need to be analyzed, and because of this data, we can do more monitoring, good surveillance, and data analysts and the modelers of mechanistic models need to work hand in hand, because all are connected, and we can have good models if we have good data. So I believe it's also now the time for us to rethink who are mathematical biologists. Are mathematical biologists only the people doing the mechanistic models, or do we need to include data scientists? And I believe they should be included, and they should be part of our community. Data and this is a bold statement, data is an integral part, very important part of mathematical modeling. Without data, um, well, we can still do the modeling, but sometimes it's very risky, and we might just be doing a usual classroom activity, and not and these models may not be that applicable to real world if we don't have much data. Okay. Next is when we talk about a mathematical biology that can be impactful, that can be useful for for a larger community. We always need to ask who are our stakeholders. Why I'm saying this? This is because when we do I mean, the usual, when we do model inside the classroom, we just think these models are for activities only, or just for our teachers, or probably just for us to make a research paper to be published in a journal. But we forget who are the real stakeholders of our model. And when we talk about, for example, infectious diseases, the stakeholders here are the people, the our neighbor, and sometimes, of course, our models can influence policymakers. So the bottom line here is, if our model is really intended to be impactful, we need to think who are our stakeholders. And if we say our stakeholders are humans, real people, then we need to humanize our models and the results of our models. What's the meaning of humanizing the models? This is considering or always reflecting on that our models can be beneficial or can be harmful to humans. When we interpret our model results, we always need to think, can my model be beneficial, or can my model be harmful? And if this will be beneficial, how can my model be implemented, or can be, my voice can be heard by policymakers, so that my model can be used for decision making. So you see, our models are not just cartoons or equations in a paper, but these compartment diagrams or differential equations, they can have it's like a sword where there's an edge that can strike actual problems. And when we solve problems, this could be beneficial to the community. So you see, we need to humanize our models, and we should not forget this. When we create models, we talk about people. We just don't talk about equations. We talk about people. We talk about actual societies. And in connection to that, this is not usually being discussed in our classrooms, especially in math courses. If we have a mathematical biology course being taught inside a math class, these are the things that are not being discussed usually. The ethics of modeling. And because, as I've told you, we need to humanize our models. We need to talk about ethics. And in ethics, it is also not that straightforward. Okay? It is not straightforward because we need human judgment. We need to balance different ideas. Why? Definitely, when we talk about modeling, we need to be transparent. We need to say what are the methods being used, what's the data that we need to use. We need to say if we have conflicts of interest. So we need to be transparent. In COVID-19, there are many models out there that are not transparent. They share results, they present results without any methods. So we need to be transparent. But on the other side, we cannot be transparent fully. Why? Because there's data privacy. Okay, so we need to anonymize the data. We need to be sure that if when we present our results and methods, the individual data of people can still be protected. And another one is, if we were going to talk about ethics, are we going to have standards? Are we going to have like guidelines? But if we have very strict guidelines, we might forget academic freedom, and we might even, inhibit creativity. So what's the balance between academic freedom, creativity, and having, good standards? Are we going to be very strict or not? And when we talk about models, how can we use models to fight misinformation or disinformation? Or sometimes models can be used for misinformation or disinformation. Models or numbers can be used for political propaganda. So, and it's very easy to do that, especially if people, the citizens of our country, are not that quantitatively uh, um, able to detect, misinformation, disinformation. Another one is, how can we democratize our models? How can people, the public, can access our models, and how our models be used or be created from the grassroots and not just top down. Why I'm saying this? Because remember, when we do our models, tayo-tayo lang, minsan tayo-tayo lang nagagawa ng compartment diagram. It's like top down. Whatever we are going to draw, yung results nun is coming from our drawing. But how were we able to consult the public, or even not really the public? Were we able to consult the actual stakeholders when we are creating our compartment diagram, our equations? Okay, so it should be democratized, and it's very dangerous if we all only consider our model just coming from our usual imagination. We need to talk to people, because there's no monopoly of ideas. There's no monopoly of techniques. Okay, so there are many things that need to be discussed, and this is part of nurturing a mathematical biology community. If we need to grow, we need to consider these kinds of issues. Okay. Next, usually when we talk about mathematical biology, we forget the other parts of it, which is how are we going to present our results? How are we going to present the implications of our model results? So we need to collaborate with science communicators, with risk communicators, and this is very important. If we really want to be impactful, I hope our models can influence policymakers, or even influence diplomats, influence leaders. Um, sad to say, and I believe you're going to agree with me, because you've heard this in many news, in many stories. At the start of COVID-19, people are very uh, interested with modeling, with projections, but sometimes, because of bad publicity or bad not so good presentation of projections of model results, people got anxious, or people just thought of, oh, modeling is just having modeling is just about how can I say this, about uh, guessing, or about it's almost the same as considering astrology or something like that, because of people thinking projections or forecasting is just like the usual guessing. Then people, their interests are, uh, instead of having good interest, the effect is the other way around. It becomes bad. So sadly, many people, it's a good it's a good area for us mathematical biologists, to to move forward, because there's already an interest because of COVID-19. But there's also a downside there, because modeling became so popular. There are many people who are, uh, instead of being trustful, they don't trust anymore the models because of bad presentation, bad communication. Okay, so and and that's part of of science, and we need to face these things, because this makes science and our field more interesting. But yeah, when we talk about a community, it should be not just doing the SEIR. There's more things going around. For me, from in my experience, I always talk to LGUs almost every week to help them with their COVID-19 response. And even at the middle of the night, if there's problem, they're going to send message to you. So you see, it's really more on the responsibility as a, not just as a modeler, but as a citizen, how you can help the communities, the LGUs. And when we talk about helping them, we need to go beyond our usual mathematical skills. Okay, and last two slides. If we want to nurture a mathematical biology community in the Philippines, we need to popularize mathematical biology, in the sense that, at the start of COVID-19, the public health experts, those in the medical field, they didn't realize that there's a mathematical biology in the Philippines. When we presented results, they thought, who are you? Who are these mathematical biologists? Who is what is SEIR? What is R naught? What is RT? So many people became surprised that there's a group like us. So I believe we've already had some media mileage, or we already had some exposure, and we need to continue this. We need to popularize mathematical biology and to tell people there's a group like this in the Philippines, and we exist. But definitely, again, this should be balanced with ethics. Okay, when we expand, when we grow, things really become complicated. But this is part of science and community interaction. Okay, this goes beyond the four corners of our classroom. So for COVID-19, just to provide you an example, there are many ways that mathematical biologists can contribute. It is not just about SEIR. Okay, there are many things that we can do. For COVID-19, we can help in the monitoring, in the surveillance, in the diagnosis. Many people before COVID-19, they don't know what's R naught, what's RT, what's case doubling time, what's case fatality rate. So for us mathematical biologists or data analysts, we can help in monitoring and detecting where are the clusters. Even if you don't do SEIR, you can contribute by monitoring. Okay, and we can also contribute in projections. Okay, and even without doing the projections or monitoring, we can still help. We can explain the dynamics of COVID-19. Just explaining the complexities of COVID-19 is already very helpful, because many people don't understand the dynamics of COVID-19. If we explain our compartment diagram, that could be very helpful already to people who don't have background in epidemiology. So we have a place here, because even the traditional epidemiologists, they don't know how to use compartment diagram. So if we explain how we do the compartment diagram, the complexities there, then that could be very helpful. It can help in prescribing strategies, how to optimize vaccination allocation, how we can optimize testing, etc. So we can help there. And we can also help in the evaluation. Are our interventions, are our strategies good or not effective? Then we can help in evaluating them as modelers or as data analysts. And we can also connect factors. You know, if we have economics, we have social science, then we have the epidemiological models. If we can connect factors and explain that to people, that could be very helpful. So as you see, um, in COVID-19, if we want to help as a mathematical biologist, there are lots of things, lots of places where we can help, where we can do our part. Okay, it is not just only about SEIR. We can do many things. Okay, so um, we need to be curious, and I think in nurturing a community of mathematical biologists, we need to be curious, and we need to join a community, our community. And this community is not only for mathematicians. We welcome anyone who are interested in quantitative modeling, in data, in mechanistic modeling, even if they're coming from, if their degree is in biology or in epidemiology or in veterinary medicine, you are welcome uh, in our community, and we can work cooperatively so that we can be impactful, we can be significant. Again, to end my talk, there's a Facebook page of Systems Biology and Biomathematics Philippines you can join. And if you want to join us, um, there's just one responsibility. What's the responsibility? You need to be active. Okay, if you really want to grow, you need to be active and to help in mentoring. You help in popularizing mathematical biology, and everyone is welcome. Okay, thank you very much, and I hope you've learned something from my talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jomar, for your inspiring talk. And by the way, congratulations for being this year's NASTY Outstanding Young Scientist. And thank you also for sharing an anecdote of how you started a now big and relevant community of mathematical biologists here in the Philippines, and also highlighting the importance of multidisciplinary and interagency collaboration, and to translate research results that will lead to policy decisions that could positively impact our community. Your enthusiasm and passion really inspire academicians and researchers, starting academicians and researchers like me. Again, maraming salamat po, and see you this afternoon during the open forum. Okay, by the way, the host for this year's Iwomb is the Bids Health, a research center located in UP Mindanao. To know more about the Bids Health, let's watch this audiovisual presentation. You can visit the website and follow the social media accounts of AMDABID's Health to be updated about the research center. And now we will proceed to our plenary talk. But before that, let's have this short introduction.
Our first plenary speaker for today is Dr. Aurelio de los Reyes V. He is currently an associate professor at the Institute of Mathematics, University of the Philippines, Diliman. He received his PhD degree in mathematics at the University of Graz, Austria, with dissertation, a mathematical model for the cardiovascular system with a measurable pulsatile pressure output. His postdoctoral research is associated with Konkult University, Renal Research Institute New York, Biozentrum University of Basel, and University of Zurich. His research interests and works are on mathematical modeling of human cardiovascular and respiratory systems, optimal control theory applied to brain cancer, modeling dengue, tuberculosis, and HIV/AIDS in the Philippines, among others. Let us listen to Dr. Aurelio as he talks about optimal control theory to inform infectious disease management.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Before I formally start, I will first give some words of caution. Like I'm currently competing with my son who is on his last day of classes. So I think at some point my internet connection will be a bit sluggish and choppy. But I hope and pray that um, I, I can have some backup for that. And if not, I think Dr. Mata will take over. So yeah, for those who are working at home, I feel you. There's a lot of distractions. There's a lot of noises. There's a lot of background going on. Probably at some point you can see my son running around and hanging on my back. But I will turn off my video uh, in that case, and then yeah, we don't have a choice, but what we do have is an opportunity to embrace and love our work and hope we can deliver. Okay, so this album is very close to my heart. I'm a bit emotional because when we were planning to have this album in Davao, I said that I thought that it's my opportunity to visit Davao. I haven't been to Mindanao ever. So yeah, it's a pity that we cannot go there. But yeah, at least we still have this Iwomb. When we were conceptualizing this Iwomb in 2018 or 2017, a year before that, we have nothing. I was thinking of inviting 2, 3 speakers, and fortunately, um, Angie Lau and I were in the same conference in Utah, and we planned on May of organizing this workshop, and immediately we involve the superwoman Edita Jose for this IWOMB workshop, and that's why in 2018 we had the first IWOMB, and I'm very glad that the second IWOMB, the third IWOMB, and the fourth IWOMB now is still going on, and I'm really glad we had a connection. The first IWOMB is actually the event where I first met Dr. Mata, and until now we have a good collaboration. We were discussing occasionally for some projects and some other stuff, and so I'm grateful for that. Okay, I'll share my screen now. Can you all see it now? Hello? Okay, that's great. So again, good morning to everyone. I am very grateful at the same time, very proud of the Iwomb 2021 organizers, headed by Dr. Mata, for rising above the challenge of hosting this virtual workshop, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. This is not an easy task, so I commend the team, especially Miss Charm, for constantly reminding me of the things I need to do. Thanks, Miss Charm and company. And yeah, for today's session, I would like to talk about optimal control theory to inform infectious disease management. And I believe application of optimal control to infectious diseases is one of the workshop topic. So it really makes my task easier. So that would be the outline of my talk. I will give a brief overview of an optimal control theory, and then I will go to some specific application of optimal control theory for controlling infectious diseases. In particular, we have here tuberculosis and HIV. Then I will give some remarks and a further outlook. So yesterday we have heard the talk of Dr. Alistair. He provided us the basics of modeling, and also for some of the speakers. And this morning, Dean Jomar also um, shared us in a nutshell what modeling is.
Excuse me, Sir Al.
Yes.
I think your slides are not moving.
Oh, okay. Um, let me share it
I
again.
think we have to put it on full screen mode yata.
Okay, just a second.
Okay. There.
Can you?
Yeah. We can see the optimal control theory. A slide with optimal
Is
control.
it moving?
Yeah, it's moving now.
Okay,
Better.
that's great. That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, before presenting optimal control theory, let me just go back again to the um, process of modeling. Most of this you've heard, but I want to emphasize those key concepts for those who are starting in this area. So the first stage of scientific modeling is the conceptualization phase. So in any research process, all activities are organized around a real system, which is the compulsory continuous reference in the whole process. So the first step in conceptualization stage is to formulate from the very first observations of the phenomenon, generally made in unsystematic form, on explanatory hypothesis of it. So the first, that could be the first version of the conceptual model. So this is in fact a very critical task where it is necessary that you need to coordinate, to contrast, to discuss many issues with the aim of making the best decisions. So some of the questions that should be addressed at this stage could be what aspects of the real system should be incorporated into the model, what features should or can be ignored, or what hypothesis can support the observations or information rendered by the system. So as noted by Dean Jomar, it's important that you need to consider some relevant factors like the climate change or the seasonality effect, social economic effect and some other stuff, but you need to strike the balance because that could be very complicated and very untractable. So the central question here that you need to address is, what is the model for? What is the main objective of the model? So it is actually here where the collaboration between the modeling part and the field experts become really essential. So once you already obtained an acceptable conceptual model, the next stage can be considered as your mathematical formalization. So in this mathematical translation, the first question to be addressed is what mathematical formalism best suited to represent the system? Is it ordinary differential equations, Bayesian equations, stochastic, agent-based modeling, and many other forms? So take note that each has unique strengths and limitations. the choice is heavily dependent on the nature of the model. So the general approach to the mathematical formulation involves the definition of your key variables and the expression of your functional relationship with the other variables of the system. So then your equations are actually derived, establishing the actual mathematical relationship among the variables. So oftentimes, if a person, a researcher, or a group is used to making a deterministic model, yun lang yung ginagawa niya. But the point is you should be open to some other areas. Like in my case, I'm very comfortable with ODE, but at some point I need to consider agent-based or PDEs to really capture the real dynamics, the aspect of the real system that you want to do. So once you have done that, you now have the translated model into mathematical form. The model should be provided with the values of its parameters. So parameter estimation or calibration deals with finding numerical values which characterize the mathematical representation of a given system from your experimental data. So the quality assessment here, it means that your model should be tested through some numerical quality assessments, like, for example, the basic and in Jomar's terms, is the traditional stability analysis of steady states. You also need to check for the robustness of the model. And how would you do that? You need to test, you need to evaluate whether the model is able to tolerate um, some small structural changes and the dynamic features that characterize the transient responses to temporary perturbations or permanent alterations. So this analysis often pinpoint problems of consistency and reliability of the mathematical representation that actually constitute a cycle of model refinement. Um, And of course, Jomar doesn't want to use this word validation. It's actually more of adaptation. Um, Validation stands here as the correspondence between the real system and the mathematical model. So a model can be considered good and useful only if its predictions in a given scenario agree with the experimental observations made on the actual setting. So you can compare it with other data, you can change the initial conditions, you can use all available data in some given conditions, you can also vary models parameters within the range of biologically plausible values. You can subject the model to extreme values to deliberately look for failures. Okay, so that is where you can limit the scope of your model. So once you already have a sound mathematical model version, the next step is interpretation. Okay, and understanding. You need to debate and criticize the validity and the consequences and the results of your model. The ultimate aim should be to achieve plausible associations between your model and the real system. Now, a model fulfills its objectives if it is useful and fruitful for the purpose for which it was developed. According to Jomar, you need to humanize your model. So the availability of such a model has then additional benefits. It allows informed management of the system and its optimization. It can be combined with other scientific tools, for example, to improve bioprocesses or drug discovery. You can also look at the treatment strategy or even crafting intervention policies. So the understanding of the system through the use of mathematical tools that allow the description and analysis of the complex system can help deepen the knowledge of the structure, properties, and dynamic behavior of your system. Okay, so this is actually a cycle. Do not fall in love with your model. Your model has some limitation. It only works for your within your assumptions that you laid out. So you should be open to criticisms. You should be open to revising, modifying, and extending your model so that it can really capture the aspect of reality that you want to do. Okay, so this successful eradication of emerging diseases does not depend only on the availability of medical infrastructures, but also on the ability to understand the transmission dynamics of a particular disease and the application of optimal control strategies and the implementation of logistic policies. So of course, we already know that mathematical models have been used in comparing, planning, implementing, evaluating, prevention therapy, and some other stuff. Epidemiology modeling contributed to design and analysis of epidemiological surveys. It suggested crucial data that should be collected. It identified trends, made some predictions, estimate uncertainty, and some other stuff. We all know that mathematical models have been used to answer the following questions, like how many people will be infected, how many infected people require hospitalization, what is the expected maximum number of people infected at any given time, and what is the estimated duration of the epidemic, and a lot more. Okay. All right. So let me now go briefly to this optimal control theory. As as probably discussed already in the workshop, it is a branch of mathematics that deals with controlling a dynamical system. So I will just mention here the basic optimal control problem, wherein your aim is to actually find a piecewise control U and associated state variable, maximizing or minimizing a given objective functional. So in mathematical form, you want to maximize or minimize an objective functional subject to your constraints. It could be ordinary differential equations, partial differential equations. You also have integral difference equations, discrete equations, and combinations of those equations. And of course, you have here some assumptions that x of t sub 1 should be unrestricted. You have continuous differentiability of your f and g, and your controls are piecewise continuous. Okay. So one approach is via this Hamiltonian, and it's actually based on the Pontryagin maximum principle. So you generate the necessary conditions from the Hamiltonian, and the Hamiltonian is simply your integrand of your objective functional plus the adjoint times the right-hand side of your ordinary differential equation. So you obtain here the necessary conditions. You want to maximize your Hamiltonian with respect to u at u star. Therefore, you have this optimality condition, which is the partial derivative of h with respect to u equated to 0. So you have this equation, f sub u plus lambda g sub u equals 0. The joint equation is nothing but the negative or the partial derivative of your Hamiltonian with respect to your state variables. So that's why you have lambda prime is minus the quantity partial derivative of f with respect to x plus lambda times partial derivative of g with respect to x. And you also have the transversality condition, which is lambda of t is equal to 0. Take note that this necessary conditions only work if you are looking at this basic optimal control problem. And for some other types, it should be modified accordingly. Okay, so in order to obtain a solution to this optimization problem, you can use a forward backward sweep method, and this is the algorithm. First, you make an initial guess for your control over the interval. You can say, for example, assume that your u is 0 from the beginning, and using the initial condition for your state variables and your initial guess for your optimal control, you can solve your state variable forward in time. And using this transversality condition, you can solve the adjoints backward in time. So that's why it's called the forward backward sweep method. So of course, the fourth step is to update your control and use the new x and the lambda that you obtained from step 2 and 3. And of course, you need to check for the convergence. And if that is not satisfied, you go back to step 2 if necessary. Okay, so now let me go to um, the first example about tuberculosis. So as you can see from here, this is an infographics from the World Health Organization. TB is the top infectious killer in the world. That is in 2019. I don't know if some point COVID will take over. So there are 1.4 million people who died from TB, and that includes 208,000 people with HIV. So it's still the leading killer of people with HIV and a major cause of deaths related to antimicrobial resistance. So some key facts, this would be the motivation why we look at TB modeling. So according to the Center for Disease and Control and Prevention, or the CDC, your TB is caused by a bacteria called Mycobacterium tuberculosis, which often attacks the lungs, but also other tissues like the kidney, the spine, and the brain. So though TB is now curable, if it is left untreated, that could be deadly. So this is an infectious disease which could be transmitted through coughing, sneezing, spitting, or speaking. And a side note, a quarter of the world's population is in fact infected with TB bacteria. Now let's look at the TB situation in the Philippines. So in 2019, 599,000 fell ill with TB, with 28,000 TB deaths. And I just would like to highlight here that the treatment coverage is just 68% in the Philippines. The target that the WHO set is 90%. And the treatment success rate is 83%. So you can see here that we still have an increasing trend of the cases, and we are not reaching the milestone target of the WHO. Yeah, so what we did is we adopted a model from the works of Jung from Konkuk University. So this model just divides the population into epidemiological classes like the susceptible, the high risk latent exposed E. You have the active infectious individuals group in I, and then you also have this low risk latent L. So um, yeah, so there are also recovered individuals by natural causes or treatment. They are moved from the class E because normally you cannot remove the tubercle bacilli. So that it is the TB causing bacteria. So once you have this bacteria, it's there. Yeah, so just remember that when we were doing this, I was surprised that about 60 to 80% of Filipinos have latent TB. So latent TB means that you have the bacteria, but you are not infectious. So we have here this simple ordinary differential equations. I will not go through all of this in the interest of time, but I would like to point out here that we have used data to estimate some of the parameters in this model. We did uncertainty analysis, we did stability analysis, we computed the R naught, we have the basic analysis for standard SEIR model. So once we have that, then we identify the control interventions. So we first look at the literature. What are the interventions which are available? So we have the distancing control. It is an effort to prevent susceptible individuals from TB exposure. So you can effectively reduce the contact between susceptible and infectious individuals by means of social distancing. You can also do wearing of mask, isolation of infectious individuals. You have here in um, educational campaigns from WHO, like stating that, well, it's time to stand against stigma and discrimination. There's also an infographics informing that only 1 in 3 people with drug resistant TB access care, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of this educational campaigns. There are also some gifts that you can find from their website. Now, the other control is the latent case finding control, and it includes interventions such as chemoprophylaxis treatment, screening of high-risk exposed individuals, and other forms of latent TB treatment. So some might be familiar with the tuberculin skin test, or the TST. We also have the interferon gamma release assays, and those methods can actually be used to diagnose um, person with latent TB. So note that the treatment of latent TB infection will significantly reduce the risk of developing active TB by at least 60%, and that is according to the WHO. Yeah. So the case holding control refers to efforts to prevent the failure of treatment in infectious individuals that includes patient supervision, including activities to ensure regularity of drug intake until the last treatment stage is attained. So take note that it's not just giving medicine to a patient. You need to ensure that the patient will regularly take it until the last stage. So for the information of some of us, treatment for TB will take like 6 to 9 months. So due to a lot of constraints, minsan hindi natatapos ng patient yung treatment regime. And the last strategy that we want to look at is systematic identification of people with suspected active TB. So this is what we call nowadays to be contact tracing, that is reaching out to the community for testing, etc. So it is the way of actively searching for those with active TB. Now, the problem here in the Philippines is we have several hurdles. We have several challenges. So first one is cultural. So in some remote areas, like in our province, one might say that when you're sick, you just need to drink water. You can just drink oregano. You lack faith. You just need to pray a lot so that you will be cured. And sometimes people are really infectious and they don't go for medical help because they think that they know their bodies. They can be recovered soon. But that is dangerous because that is a means of transmitting the disease. The second factor is socioeconomic. A lot of us don't have insurance. Going to the hospitals will actually mean that you need to pay for it. You need to pay even for the consultation. So it is also not my habit to go to the doctor if I have a headache or some flu. So, but in some advanced countries, kahit konting sinat lang yan, they go immediately to the doctor because they have a good insurance system, health insurance system. And of course, we have health system factors. In some remote areas, their health facilities are really underdeveloped. They don't even have nurses available when you go there. Pag pumunta ka sa mga barangay health centers, no one is there. Probably some guards, but if you are really sick and need some urgent attention, it is really a challenge. So most of the health facilities are concentrated in the main cities. Yeah. So Oh, so we want to minimize this objective functional. We want to minimize the exposed at the same time the infectious, and of course, the we want to minimize the administration of the controls, the social distancing, the latent case finding. And I have here the UK. K is either 3 or 4, and I will discuss briefly why we have this formulation here. So as noted, your use of I should decrease your transmission. That is, we want to reduce this beta. That's why it's minus here. The use of 2, we want to increase the effort in latent case finding. There's already a latent case finding. And the way the model is structured, we cannot implement or find simultaneously our case holding and case finding control. So it's either we fixed one and find the optimal control for the other. So that's why it's either 3 or 4 here. Yeah. So this is the result. So if, for example, you have to choose for the single controls, it's either distancing, latent case finding, case holding, and or active case finding control, one can see that implementing your distancing control would really decrease the number of exposed and infectious individuals up to 98 or 96.6%. And of course, that is that corroborates the idea that prevention is really better than control. So if you can avoid it, if you can avoid contracting the disease, then it's better, okay, than going through the treatment and some other stuff. We also look at the combination of these control strategies. We call it the coupled controls. The blue here means that we are combining the social distancing U1 and the latent case finding U2. And the green dash is your U1 and your U3, the case holding. And this magenta is the combination of U1 and the U4, the active case finding. Okay, as you can see from here, if implemented properly, your U1 and U2 will immediately decrease the number of infectious cases. We also investigated what if, take note that implementing this social distancing is very difficult. Sometimes educational campaigns cannot reach a remote area. So there are some logistic problems, how to quantify it. So we also investigated what if you just fix this social distancing control and look at the effect of U2 and U3 only and U2 and U4. And we have seen that somehow the government should look into active case finding control. So we look at the triple controls. Take note that oftentimes the optimal control will tell you that it's the combination of all these intervention strategies that will give you optimal solution. But that should you need to incorporate in the cost of these implementation strategies. So what I would like to emphasize here is that I have compared social distancing, latent case finding, and case holding control in blue. And the other one is the green is social distancing, latent case finding, and the active case finding. As you can see, they have the same effect. So it means to say that the government should probably look into active case finding, because if you cannot really fully utilize your case holding control, then probably one should refocus their budget allocation and efforts to case finding control. As I noted, this active case finding could be very difficult to do, but it's I think worthwhile looking into it. Now, as another remark, take note that the control effort that's being obtained here is that you need to have a maximum effort from the beginning, and then at some point you need to decrease it. Implementing a maximum effort with a limited budget from the beginning is really, really a challenge. It's a daunting task. So what we did is first, look if our model can capture some of the dynamics of the top three TB burden countries in India, China, and Indonesia. We use the same model, estimated the key epidemiological parameters. What is interesting in this figure is that they have different trends of incidence cases. Like for India, they increase from 2000 and then decreases later on. I mean, there's a lot of issues here, like also reporting and reporting delays or unreporting. For China, it is consistently decreasing, but in Indonesia, and in fact, also in the Philippines, we've seen that it's still increasing. So we look at an optimal control problem wherein we want to incorporate the target of the WHO. So there is an end-TB strategy target of 90% reduction in TB incidence from 2015 to 2035. So we have here in the objective functional a payoff term. And that payoff term captures the reduction of 90% of incidence cases. And of course, at the same time, you want to minimize, in this case, only the non-pharmaceutical, which is the social distancing and the latent case finding. Um, just a side note here, you can see that in China, the trend is decreasing because they have very, very effective treatment coverage is about 87%, and the treatment success is about 94%. In contrast to the Philippines, wherein we only have 68% of treatment coverage. So what we look at, in the interest of time, I will just show this basics. We have scenario 1 and scenario 2. Scenario 1, it means that we are implementing only non-pharmaceutical control. And the point 2 would be non-pharmaceutical control with constant case holding and active case finding controls. This P tilde and the R tilde are actually values of that of China. So the idea is, what if we can do some effort so that we can increase our case holding control and active case finding similar to that of China. And for scenario 2, we only have the latent case finding. And similarly, we have fixed P tilde and R tilde to that of China. And these are the results. So for India, you can see here, I mean, for these three control profiles, you can see an increasing trend of the control profiles as opposed to that of the previous TB control applied to in the Philippine setting, wherein you have a maximum from the beginning. This is more um, more applicable because it means that you can just start with the existing efforts that you have and then gradually increase your efforts in terms of budget allocation, in terms of some initiatives, and so on and so forth. So you can see from here that if it is non-pharmaceutical control alone, you cannot um, immediately decrease the number of incidence cases, but somehow you can still reach the target. If it is combined with an effort for the constant active case finding, case holding control, you can reach the target immediately. So these dots here, it means that somehow the target is a 50% reduction. So for China, we only look at the non-pharmaceutical control because they already have better treatment coverage and better treatment success rate. And for Indonesia, this will be the profile. So it's increasing and then maximum effort for the last 5 years. For the second scenario, it's the same thing. We obtain a profile wherein what if you just increase or just considered the latent case finding, what should be the effort profile, and so on and so forth. Now, interestingly, for Indonesia, you need to have maximum effort, and that is not even enough to curtail and to hit the target of 90% reduction. Okay, so let me go to HIV and AIDS. So as seen here, it's the other pandemic that needs attention. So some key facts. The HIV targets the immune system and weakens people's defense against many infections and some types of cancer. As the virus destroys and impairs the function of immune cells, infected individuals gradually become immunodeficient. And yeah, of course, HIV can be transmitted through a variety of body fluids from infected people, such as blood, semen, vaginal secretions, and breast milk. So there are three stages for HIV. You have the acute HIV infection for about 2 to 4 weeks. Um, so during this time, people have flu-like symptoms such as fever, headache, and rash. And you also have the chronic HIV infection. This is an asymptomatic HIV infection or clinical latency. So during this stage, HIV continues to multiply in the body, but at very, very low levels. So this is actually a challenge um, for this disease. And of course, the last stage is the AIDS, or the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. And that is the more severe, or the most severe stage of the infection. As of the moment, there's no cure. There are some reports that I think it's UK. They have developed a vaccine that could somehow cure the disease, but let's wait and see, and hope that it will be curable soon. So just an overview of the HIV conditions in the Philippines. Green here is doesn't mean that we are a forested country. Green here means that we have about 203% of increase in the cases of HIV from 2010 to 2018, while some of our neighboring countries have already decreased or reduced their new infections, like for example in Vietnam, Thailand, Singapore. Probably they are experiencing at least a 50% reduction. But wow, look at the Philippines. It's about 203%, and that was in 2018. In 2019, we have 207% increase, and we have this 338% change in AIDS, and so on and so forth. So this is really quite alarming. Um, and it's really shocking. It's really a pandemic, and it needs careful attention. The goal is to have this 90% by 2020, and it's already 2021, and we are not there yet. Okay? So it is the other pandemic that one should look into. So Um, yeah, we have a lot of diseases like neglected tropical diseases, measles, dengue, and all this stuff. So what we can do is to have a proper model for, in the interest of time, I will just go quickly through this model. We have this compartment models. We incorporated the unaware and the aware status of this HIV individual. And we have here the infection, force of infection, which is somehow related to the behavioral change of the individuals, whether they are aware or unaware. And so we have this parameters that's being set, but of course one should really look into the behavior, the social behavior of Filipinos. Some Filipinos have this in mind, that life is short, so we can just make it shorter, so just enjoy life. So they don't care much. But for those who get sick, then there's a sudden change of behavior. Like, okay, the lifestyle should be changed. I need to avoid this and this other activities and all other stuff. So as a practice in modeling process, so we use data to estimate the parameters, and once we have that, we look into the controls that one can do. We have here the U1, which is the precaution control. It also includes efforts encouraging condom use, educational and public awareness campaigns, and some other sorts of non-pharmaceutical interventions. So we have the U2 control, which accounts for efforts on detecting presence of virus in those who are unaware through blood sampling, like antibody or antigen test. We also have here the U3, the ART, antiretroviral treatment control. So this is actually the treatment for HIV positive people. We also have the U4, the prophylaxis, um, exposure control. In the Philippines, this is newly implemented. If I'm not mistaken, it's just in 2017. Take note that the problem here is you need to enroll those who are probably exposed. And of course, it takes money. You need medicine for this. So as before, we formulated an optimal control problem. We want to minimize those who are unaware and aware individuals, and of course minimize the cost of implementing this control efforts. So what I would like you to look into is we have this additional compartment, the SP, because you want to recruit susceptible individuals for this PrEP, the PrEP pre-prophylaxis exposure treatment. All right, so yeah, we did as before, single controls, dual controls, triple controls, but of course, the optimal is always a combination of all these control strategies. And as you can see, you can minimize the number of aware and unaware by the combination of these control strategies. All right. So for the remaining time, I hope I still have some time. Um, Let me just summarize this HIV model. So we have developed a model to incorporate HIV control programs that are applicable in the Philippines, the precaution, screening, ART, and PrEP. We estimated some relevant parameters in the model. We applied optimal control theory, and one should consider PrEP to really look into the effect of this effort because we still don't have a proper budget allocation for this. And of course, we need to have better access to reliable data and information and budget allocation. So what we did here are just case scenarios. What if the efforts, we control the different strategies, but it's really hypothetical. We don't have information on the budget allocation. And of course, that can improve our um, control strategies if we have this. Yeah, and of course, you can look into the co-infection of TB and HIV. Because this is another pandemic that we are facing, especially in the Philippines. Take note, we have COVID at the moment, but we have an alarming HIV coupled with TB, and of course, this also affect the COVID deaths as well. All right, so one could actually factor in this. This control strategies from AVERT. You have the behavioral interventions, structural interventions, and some biomedical interventions. In the case of behavioral interventions, you have sex education, programs to reduce stigma and discrimination, cash transfer programs, counseling. So these are really non-pharmaceutical interventions. Of course, we have the biomedical interventions, the condoms, treatment, needles, testing, and some other stuff. And the structural interventions, interventions to address inequality, decriminalization of sex work, homosexuality, drug use, etc., etc. Okay, and yeah, so what I've shown you is that a simple model wherein you can have um, a deterministic model and you apply the control theory to the deterministic model. Of course, you can also apply optimal control theory for ABMs. This is not my work, but this is it's a work by Basel et al. And I think it's worthy of investigation. They have an agent-based model and then couple it with the optimal control theory to inform disease management. Okay, so um, just some few remarks, and this would be my take-home message. As you've seen, modeling provides qualitative and quantitative insights into the underlying mechanisms governing the spread of emerging, re-emerging infectious diseases, and of course, also some neglected and rare diseases like Ebola. Um, During this pandemic, a lot of people already appreciate the insights that can be obtained from modeling. But take note, you need to really be careful also in modeling, as stressed by Dean Jomar. Um, it should be useful and it should be calibrated or adapted. Take note, I also have shown you um, TB control strategies for different countries, and the adaptations of controls are really different. They have different profiles because they have different needs. It's also the same thing for treatment. Nowadays we have the personalized medicine because this treatment should be individualized. As you've seen, model can suggest effective control strategies, and the optimal control theory aids in identifying intervention strategies. The key point here is you need to administer the proper control intervention at the right time and at the right amount. So it's not just having, okay, take this drug, take this treatment, or do isolation or do quarantine. It should be done wisely. It should be done effectively. It should be done at the proper timing. And of course, as you've seen, I hope I was able to convince you that in optimal control theory, you need to strike a balance between minimizing socio-economic cost and the risk of outbreak, especially in third world countries, especially in the Philippines. We have a lot of budgetary constraints. And this should be factored in when you are modeling. And that's the beauty of applying this optimal control theory. Yeah, so I think I will end here. I rush through some of the slides, but we have open forum later, so I can address some of your questions. And I'm looking forward to the workshop presentation. I believe that Randy spearheaded that workshop for the optimal control applied to infectious diseases. And let's see. And thank you so much again for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Aurelio, for a great talk. And yeah, we are supposed to have you here in Mindanao, in Davao, if not for COVID-19. But research on mathematical biology never stops. And so we are here virtually on Iwomb 2021. And Dr. Au, I heard that there would be no Iwomb without you, as you were the lead organizer of the first ever Iwomb last 2018. And we are really grateful for that. And I actually visited your Google Scholar profile, and you have really great and interesting research works, particularly on a currently socially sensitive disease here in the Philippines. I'm not that knowledgeable though with the methods or research that you are doing yet, and I hope to know more soon. Maraming salamat po, and see you again this afternoon in the open forum.
See you later. Thank you so much.
Okay po. I would like to remind everyone that questions and comments will be entertained later in the open forum. Just type them in the chat box. All right, we are now down for fifth and final plenary talk for Iwomb 2021. Let's listen to our plenary speaker.
Our last plenary speaker for Iwomb 2021 is Dr. Yusuf Mameri. He is currently an associate professor at the University of Picardy Jules Verne. He received his PhD degree in mathematics at University Lille 1, studying asymptotic models in the hydrodynamics theory, and his postdoctoral degree at the INRIA Bordeaux Southwest. His research themes are modeling in life sciences, analysis of nonlinear partial differential equations, scientific computing, and interdisciplinarity in ecology, medicine, and biochemistry. Let us listen to Dr. Yusuf as he talks about the use of partial differential equations to explore in silicon plant pest invasions.
Good morning. If the program didn't change, I should be the last plenary speaker. So I hope you are still in a good mood for my talk. So first, let me thank the organizer for the invitation. I wish I can be with you in few months if the situation is a little bit better. So my talk. So before talking about my subject, let me introduce a little bit myself. So I'm Yusuf Mameri, professor in University of Picardy, which is in Amiens. So Amiens, why is Amiens? So Amiens is maybe you don't know Amiens, but you probably know Paris. So this is very close to Paris. And the university is very young for a French university. So quite big. You can 30,000 students, and you are welcome to study almost everything in our university. So the place Amiens is famous for two things. So one is the name of the university, Jules Verne. So Jules Verne is very famous. So he's a French novelist who probably created the sci-fi. So you have some book he wrote. Probably most of you have read at least one of his book or seen a movie. And here, this is his house in Amiens you can visit. And the second very famous thing in Amiens is his cathedral. So we have a huge cathedral in Amiens, also very famous. A lot of people are coming to visit the cathedral. So in the cathedral, yes, it can be built with a rope and a lot of mathematics. But this is not the topic of today, and maybe next time I can explain you how you can build a cathedral with a rope and a lot of mathematics. So my talk of the day. So if I see well, you had before me a lot different talk about modeling, how to build model and some example of model, and also during your different work, you have seen different kind of modeling. So in my talk, I will try to explain how we build a model using partial differential equation to simulate plant pest invasion. So this is a joint work with the National Institute of Research in Agronomy and Agriculture. So with my colleague, just to explain you, so this is a real multidisciplinary project. So Sylvain is a physicist, Nicolas is a computer scientist, Anne-Marie and Ronan are ecologists, and Johan was the PhD student. So actually he's the one who did the job. And here we have same guy, so physicist. two ecologists, Johan again, and Mike, who was our intern. And inside this group, I am the mathematician. So together we developed different model for plant invasion. Okay, I'm trying to change. So what is the context of our study? So we are studying flying insects. And these insects are, so the fly is modeled with considering different kind of movement. So we assume that flight is a directed flight, that the youngest pests are damaging the crop. So because we are not studying just the movement of insects, so we are interested in agriculture, so we are looking for flying insects who create damage on crops. With two different type of habits, I will say later. So we have feeding in some habitats and having a seasonal activity. So for example, during a cold season, they are wintry. So all of these are competing resources. It means when the insect fly, he will choose what he wants to do. So mainly he has to travel, or he has to reproduce, create new youngs, he has to feed, and he has to rest. So in the question is, can we build model to limit pest damage? For example, by reorganizing the landscape. So, and first I will explain how to build a model, and the second time, how we can modify the landscape to reduce, for example, pest damage. So why we are studying that? So mainly because for the moment, a lot of pesticides are used. Some are now forbidden. So we are looking for alternative method to protect landscape. So again, the pest and being less dependent on pesticide. How? And by, as I said before, by reorganizing the landscape. So what does it mean reorganizing an agricultural landscape? It means, okay, you cannot modify everything, so you can just modify the composition of the landscape. It means in some place, okay, you have let's say some yeah, okay. It means you keep the same landscape, but you just change what is inside. So you can have maize, you can have rice, and you just change the composition. Or you can change the spatial arrangement. So it means mainly, or I will show you a little bit later, it means mainly you don't change all the space, but you change mainly the corridor between crops. So what does it mean to assess the landscape and minimize the population? So what we need, we need to think to build our model. We need a population dynamic model. It's been a model that will describe the dynamics of the insect. And we need a model to describe the landscape. And we need to connect both models. Okay, so we describe the insect, the landscape, and we connect them together. So what is the issue I will present today? I will focus my talk only on this species. So this is a fly known as the cabbage fly. because they love flies. So here you have the Latin name, Delia radicum. So here I put the CV of this fly. So he loves brassica, so many cabbage. So because in the States we have this study, we have a lot of cabbage. So he loves cabbage, and cabbage or brassica are the place for breeding. So the breeding site, the oviposition site, are exactly the cabbage. The feeding site are the age. So mainly the fly will travel along the edge and will stop in the brassica and reproduce in the brassica. So in France, weather, climate and weather are a little bit different. So we have 4 seasons in France. So and you can find almost for almost 6 months per year, from the beginning of spring to the end of fall. So I'm not sure you have this. So you have different kind of species, different kind of fly in the Philippines, but not this one. So as I said, I need to describe the population dynamic of the insect. So to describe the population dynamic, I need the life cycle of the species. So this is the life cycle. Sorry, it's written in French because I don't have a nice picture in English. So it's coming from this thesis. So mainly the life cycle of the flies is 6 weeks. So this is the adult. So this is the adult, and here you have 3 young stage. So here you have you have 3 stages of larva A. So here this is the larva. Here become bigger and bigger. So then the larva become nymphal. And then from the nymphal stage, you have adult. So and like that, you have this cycle. So oviposition, eggs. So oviposition. So you have adult, eggs, larva. So I think later I will call it pupa also, pupa and adult. So the objective is to describe the spatial and temporal arrangement of landscape to regulate the pest, so to regulate the fly. So what we want is to provide, in our case, so I think in the other talk you have seen probabilistic framework. So in this talk I will present a mechanistic framework. So to study the spatio-temporal distribution with respect to the dynamical landscape, and then we will examine 2 main things. So the edge and the grassland in the colonization, because the edge and the grassland are the place of the feeding site. So can we, because this is more simple to modify the edge than to modify the field of cabbage, for example. So modified edge is quite simple. So can we modify the edge to control the movement of the fly? So sorry, I didn't. In this talk, I will not present the problem of wild worms, just only on flies. And then with this model, can we propose new arrangements? So what is the outline? So I will explain how to obtain the population dynamic model and the landscape, how we parameterize this model, and how we use the model. So just to explain again, so what is the main idea? So what we want to describe is the individual behavior in a landscape. So you have many different choices. So you can try to describe each individual. But if you want to describe each individual, so each flies in a landscape, so you can imagine you will have you need a lot of computer resource. So what we want is to take into account individual behavior inside the population dynamic. So to do that, so this is, for example, a field. So you have two different resources. So the green are the feeding site, and the orange are the breeding site. And what is the individual behavior? So you are on one side, you look what you is around you. So this is the perception. So you look for the resource perception. So around you, what you have green, so you have food, or you have breeding site. So after knowing what are the resources around you, you will choose your movement. So the fly will move. So according to different things, do the fly needs food, or can the fly lay? So depending on the fact that, okay, I am in a place, I'm looking around me. If I need food, I will go to the food. If I don't need food, and then I will go to the breeding site. And if I don't see anything, so if when I look around me, I don't see anything, I will move randomly. So I need to take into account all of this. So our methodology relies on the spatially explicit description. So using a Reaction diffusion equation, taking into account what we call the dispersion. So how much we move mainly. So this dispersion will depend on the landscape, as I said before. It depends on what you can see in your landscape. So it will be a dynamic resolution, because the season, you have a seasonal activity, different the climate change, and also in space, because we can modify the landscape. So what is our main assumption? So the main assumption is to say that the foraging is the driver of the spatial movement. So you look around you and you are looking for food, and you move to the direction. So in terms of mathematics, this is a Bayesian random walk. So when you are looking for one individual, it means if I'm looking for just one individual and I'm trying to describe the movement of the fly, I will use a Bayesian random walk. So if I'm looking for a population, I will get a partial differential equation. So, okay. So this is what I say, because I'm not looking for just one by one individual. I'm looking for the population. I will get an advection diffusion equation. So which link the population dynamic and the structure. Okay. So like that, we will see that the population is very sensitive to landscape change. So again, if I come back to the life cycle, so I will start to put some equation now. So I'm come back to the life cycle. So this is what I did before. So you have the adult. So adult give birth. So you have now eggs. So eggs give larva, and larva become pupa, and pupa become adult. So you have two type of pupa, because you can have in some pupa in diapause. It means pupa who stay wintering during the cold season. So you have this life cycle, and you have to translate this into equation. Okay, so maybe yeah. So let's start with the adult. Maybe adult is better. Okay, as I said, so this is the variation of number of adult. So here you have some parameter plus the diapause pupa. So it means this is exactly this arrow. So these individual are becoming adult. Okay, so this is this one. Then I have plus this pupa becoming adult. So sorry. So this one are becoming adult. Okay. Then let me see. So I will come back a little bit later on this one. No, okay. Maybe I can put here. Okay. What did I put? Okay. What? I'm just checking one thing. So I will come back later for these two parameters. So here you have the eggs. So eggs are born from adult. Okay, so this is not adult are not becoming eggs. Okay, so you have another parameter. So this is a oviposition parameter. So eggs are born from adult. Okay, so this parameter here, gamma is mean eggs becoming larva. Okay, so this is eggs becoming larva. So yeah, maybe I can say now. So what is the omega? Omega is the mortality rate. So it means that, okay, some eggs are becoming larva, but the rest of the eggs are dying. Okay, so all omega are the death rate. Okay, so what I say, so this coefficient, you see, this is the same, eggs becoming larva, eggs becoming larva, and then you have larva becoming pupa, larva becoming pupa. Okay, so newborn, eggs, larva, pupa, adult, pupa, adult. And here you have the death rate. So this all equation, so mainly it's not so complicated to write the equation. You just follow the different arrows and you get the equation. So this is the population dynamic model. But what is missing? So what we assume is that the adult can move. Okay. So the rest of the individuals, so the eggs, the larva, and the pupa are not moving. Well, moving, but very few. Only adults are traveling inside the landscape. So here, this is the population dynamics, as I said before. So T is the time for everybody. So X and Y are the position. So you can imagine we are looking from above the landscape. So the theta here is the temperature. Okay. And U is what we call an energy. So what we have to take into account for the adult, okay, this is the movement of adult and the energy. So what does it mean? It means to move, I need energy to make the movement. And also I need enough energy to lay. Okay, how to describe the movement? So mainly, we have two terms. So one is will be given by some diffusion. So, but the diffusion is not constant. So here, this is the gradient. So mainly, so this is in 2D, but if you want, this is a, so if I consider only in 1D x, so this is the derivative of d, and here you have the derivative of adjunct. Okay, so if I derive everything, so I have d second derivative of a plus d prime a prime. Okay, so d is not constant, so I cannot put d out. So what is this? This is what I was saying before. This is, it will describe the perception of resource. Okay, so exactly, I am, so the fly is in one place, looking around what he can find, and then they move. So this will be described by this coefficient, this, and then we have another one, which is the dynamic energy budget. So this is, so again, so here you have a derivative with respect to space, x and y. Here you have a derivative with respect to the energy. So if you cut everything, if you consider only this one and this one, so the time derivative and the energy derivative, what does it mean? So this is what we call a transport equation. It just means the energy increase with some with a speed c. So if c is positive, your level of energy is increasing. If c is negative, your level of energy is decreasing. Okay, so now I have to explain how to define this coefficient and all coefficient. Okay, so again, what is the perception? So how we describe the perception? So you for every place in the landscape, so we define so to define the motion, we'll define you need to define the distance. So first, maybe I can do that. So from one point, you are looking the distance, for example, the distance from this point to the food. Okay, so here you have the distance to the food, and here you have the distance to the laying site. Okay, so how we define this distance? So, for example, you can use this kind of filter. So this is a TANS filter. So the idea is coming from image processing. So if you want to, when you are describing an image, so you have many filters. So for example, you can use this filter as a TANS. So it's mainly you have a linear decay from this point. So in some example, we also use a Gaussian filter. It means instead of having this peak here, you have something a little bit smooth. So you can use a Gaussian filter, so different kind of filter. So in terms of mathematics, how you translate the TAN filter? So the TAN filter is a convolution filter. So if some of you have done some image processing, maybe you have seen that. So this is a convolution of a filter, which can be described like that. So this is exactly what I said. So you have so in terms of mathematics, so you take the maximum between x minus xi. So xi is the laying site, and you take into account only the laying site. Okay, so and what is the coefficient? The small gamma here is the distance from where you don't see anything else. Okay, so this is what I say. Okay, you are looking for the maximum. This is the linear distance from this point. So here you have the distance from the laying and from the food. Okay, so you have a coefficient gamma to say, okay, after further than the distance gamma, I don't see anything. So, and then you can define some gradient G like that. Okay, so this is just normalization. So as soon as you have the filter, so it can be a Gaussian function. So if you take a Gaussian function, you will have an exponential of minus this square here, and do the same. So, and then finally, you are able to derive the diffusion coefficient. So as I say, you have a first coefficient. So this coefficient, this is constant, saying, okay, if I don't see anything, I move randomly. And then you can move to the food or to the feeding site or to the laying site. So with some weight, it depends. If you have some preference for the food or for the laying. Okay, so like that, we build the coefficient, the diffusion coefficient. So how to build now the energy budget? So the energy budget will depend where I am in the field. So if I am in an empty place, so empty in the sense that this is not interesting for the fly. So it cannot find any food or anything in this place. So if you don't have anything, your energy will decrease. Yeah, so the coefficient C is equal to some value which is negative. Okay, I am here, there's nothing, so my energy is decreasing. If I am in the food, I'm eating, my energy now is increasing. If I am going, I'm talking as I am a fly, but I'm not. So if the fly is in the laying, so laying needs energy, so now your energy is decreasing. Okay, so it depends where you are in the landscape to have increase or decrease of your energy. So sometimes we add a carrying capacity. I think in some of the workshop, in some of your work, maybe you have seen also the carrying capacity. So sometimes you can also add the carrying capacity. Okay, saying that in this laying site, you cannot have more eggs than the capacity of the place. Okay, so finally, we build the diffusion coefficient and the energy coefficient. So just to show you how it looks like. So this is the foraging. So research of food, depending. So sorry, I need to change. So the E here is the energy. So this is not the egg. So this is the energy. So depending on the level of energy, so this is quite easy to understand. So if you have low energy, where you want to go? So I can ask the question, but I cannot see your answer. So if you don't have any energy, you would like to go to some food place. Okay, so this is what you say. Okay, I don't have a lot of energy. So if you can see well the arrows, yes, you can see the arrows are directed to the closest food site. If I am full of energy, I will go mainly to the laying site. Okay, this is what say the equation. So this is that's so important. Okay, so finally we have a model with four different ordinary differential equation and one partial differential equation. We need to calibrate the model. So we use some data. So this is the one landscape. So the blue here are the real location. So you have data from this location. And from this data, we build our initial condition. So, and then we have all these coefficients. So to move from egg to larva, from moving from leg to pupa to adult, all of these transfer are depending on the temperature. So there's a lot of mini models to describe that. So we test a lot of things. So again, I think you have done or you have seen something more related on a statistical model. So here we use statistics and probability to check which model is the best one. So this is not totally true. Actually, for this one, it was mainly known in the literature. So this is the formula, and here you have this is how it looks like. So this is mainly what does it say? It say, okay, you need a minimum of temperature to grow. So here you have an optimal temperature to grow, and if it's too hot, then you stop to grow. So you have an interval of temperature. Okay. So this parameter of ovary position was more difficult to find because this is not in the literature. And so what we use is some experimental data to find the good equations. So it looks very complicated. So, but again, you have this kind of equation of curve. So how we did actually, we combine this type of model. So we combine all of them with some statistic. We find like this one. Okay, so we have the coefficient of laying, which depend on the temperature. So this is the optimal temperature for laying. Okay, so how we simulate the landscape. So maybe I will not have a lot of time to explain how we model a landscape. But so one simple way is here we have the GIS. So from the GIS, we will select only the crop of interest. So here we are selecting for this fly only the brassica and the grassland. Okay, so grassland are the feeding site and brassica are the laying site. So here we have built our landscape. So then we will mesh this domain and we can make some simulation. So, for example, you can try. So, for the group who was doing a simulation with FreeFM, you can try to do it with FreeFM, for example. So here we don't use FreeFM. This is another type of method. We use finite volume method, but still just to show you. So this is the behavior of the population. So this is the density of fly during the season. So what you see mainly is that most of the flies are going in the are moving to the biggest laying site. So if I come back a little bit to the landscape, so you have a lot of flies in the biggest place. Okay. So rapidly, maybe I will not insist on this. Okay. I'm trying to stay on the schedule. So this is some analysis. Okay, okay. So just one remark, because if I remember, this is a workshop on mathematical biology. So there's some mathematics. So the model is quite complicated. So you have ODE and PDE. And so we did some numerical simulation, but you can also do mathematics, real mathematics, complicated mathematics. So you can try to prove the existence and uniqueness of solution. So this is not so in that case not so easy. It will use what we call a Duhamel formula, and something you probably know, which is the Grandval lemma, that you need to apply for this kind of. So this is an ODE. Finally, this is an ODE. So y prime, but here you have to integrate. So this is what we call an integral differential equation. Okay, but you can do also mathematics. So this is important. So just to finish, just to explain. So how we can optimize the population. So we use what we call the optimal or sometimes the optimal foraging theory, which means that so what is the aim of a population? So this is for insects, but when you read, you can imagine that it's almost true for humans too. So what is the aim of a population is to maximize the number of is newborn. So the question in terms of mathematics, what does it mean? It means you want to maximize this function. So the number of youngs in space, with space and time, with respect to the number of adults. So with some constraints, so some constraints related to the food, okay, and the laying. Okay, so I will not explain all of this. So mainly you can generate, because of in my time, I think it's remain only 10 seconds. So, but I will still explain. I hope you will not cut my talk. So we can generate landscape using what we call Voronoi tessellation. So this is a way to generate landscape with respect to measurement. So this is mainly the distance to the feeding site and cumulative feeding site. So like that, you can generate. So this is generated by only by a computer. So you can generate. So for a given distance, so also we call it sometimes fitness. So you can generate different kind of landscape. So you have so this is the feeding site and the laying site for different conditions. And what we want to do, so in our case, so the fly is a pest. So we want to avoid the population to maximize its youngness. So what we want is to modify the landscape to minimize the number of eggs. So what we want mainly is to minimize this function with the constraint that you have to solve the ODE and the PDE. So we are able to solve to minimize the population. So if you imagine that you can modify the landscape with only 5%. So what does it mean? Okay, we have two constraints. So mainly what does it mean is, okay, if you have a landscape with this value, so maybe to simplify, okay, you take a landscape and you compute the number of youngs, okay? So if you don't modify the landscape, for example, you will obtain this value, okay? So what with 5% of change in the landscapes, so what we obtain is that with the new landscape, now you will have only this number of young. So here this is not very impressive. Maybe if I take which one is more impressive, if I take this one, for example, okay. So if you don't modify the landscape, okay, this is the number of young. If you have 5% of modification, you will reach this number. Okay, you always reduce the number of young by only modifying the landscape. So it's just if you do the statistic analysis, so what is quite impressive. So with only 5% of change in our landscape, you always reduce the population. And the median improvement is 30%. So the median is, so you reduce the population, so with only 5% of modification, you reduce the youngs of 30%. So in almost every case. So this is quite impressive. So sorry, I did a little bit more, but I can conclude. So just to conclude, so the goal of my talk was to explain how we can build PD model to describe insect movement. So we applied this in the case of the fly, but you can imagine that you can apply this in many for different species, so different kind of insect, flying insect, mosquito, for example, other type of flies. Also, what we did also this for the wire. So the model is not specific for fly. So the parameterization is specific for fly, but the equations are quite general. So, but to find a good parameter for the species is not so easy. Okay. So, and you see, so I tried to show you that with this model, we are able to investigate how the modification of the landscape will for example, mitigate the pest invasion. So some challenge we are looking now is so because the eggs and the larvae are living in the soil, so you need to take into account the soil, because here we only take into account the type of landscape, but not what is inside the landscape, and also the climate. So this is something important. So the climate we use is the mean temperature per day, but the temperature is always taken, most of the case, always taken above the plants. And what is really important is actually the temperature below the plants. But this is very difficult thing. So what we are doing now, and I think some of you can be interesting, is to do that so here we have only one species, only one fly. The flies are moving. But what happens if you have different species that are traveling in the same space? So this is what we call also a meta community. And this is very important if you are studying biodiversity preservation, okay? Because the modification we made, okay, will reduce the number of fly, but the question is, will it also reduce another species that you want to preserve? And in that case, this is maybe not a good choice. Or maybe is the modification you made for the fly, is it a good thing for another species? So this is something important. And also we are looking this, as I said, for the dinky. Okay, so thank you for your attention. Sorry, I did a little bit reference, and I think I will be with you quite soon. So if you have any question, I'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you for the great and informative talk, Dr. Youssef. And again, due to the time difference, we will virtually meet him later in the open forum. I believe all of us are full with mathematical biology research methods and information. And it's time to fill our stomachs as we have our lunch break and see you later at 12:15. So we have an early lunch today. Again, see you at 12:15 p.m. And please don't forget to type your questions for our keynote and plenary speakers later. We also request the workshop participants to send your presentations to your respective technical person before we start the afternoon session. So happy lunch or brunch, everyone. See you later.
Every time I try to make it on my own, every time I try to stand, start to fall. And all those lonely roads that I traveled on, there was Jesus. When the life I built came crashing to the ground, when the friends I had were nowhere to be found. I couldn't see it then, but I can see it now. Well, there was Jesus. In the way, in the searching, in the healing, in the hurting, like a blessing buried in the broken pieces. Every minute, every moment, where I've been or where I'm going, even when I didn't know it or couldn't see it, there was Jesus. For this man who needs a major kind of grace, for forgiveness at a price I I'm not perfect, so I thank God every day. Well, there was Jesus. There was Jesus. In the way, in the searching, in the healing, in the hurting, like a blessing buried in broken pieces. Every minute, every moment, where I've been or where I'm going, even when I didn't know, I couldn't see it.
This online workshop is recorded. Your participation means that you are giving consent to be recorded. Kindly edit your display name to first name space last name underscore affiliation. Participants are muted by default. Please stay muted and turn off your display video to allow speakers to present and to watch presentations without interruption. For questions, you may use the chat box. Type your question and the speaker whom you prefer to answer. Questions will be entertained during the open forum. Your thoughts matter to us. Don't forget to fill out the evaluation form to help us improve the conduct of our future online workshops. The link will be posted in the chat box. Be on time, be prepared, be attentive, and have fun in the Iwomb 2021. To have a full and meaningful experience in this international workshop on mathematical biology, we have the following house rules. This online workshop is recorded. Your participation means that you are giving consent to be recorded. Kindly edit your display name to first name space last name underscore affiliation. Participants are muted by default. Please stay muted and turn off your display video to allow speakers to present and to watch presentations without interruption. For questions, you may use the chat box. Type your question and the speaker whom you prefer to answer. Questions will be entertained during the open forum. Your thoughts matter to us. Don't forget to fill out the evaluation form to help us improve the conduct of our future online workshops. The link will be posted in the chat box. Be on time, be prepared, be attentive, and have fun in the Iwomb 2021. To have a full and meaningful experience in this international workshop on mathematical biology, we have the following house rules. This online workshop is recorded. Your participation means that you are giving consent to be recorded. Kindly edit your display name to first name space last name underscore affiliation. Participants are muted by default. Please stay muted and turn off your display video to allow speakers to present and to watch presentations without interruption. For questions, you may use the chat box. Type your question and the speaker whom you prefer to answer. Questions will be entertained during the open forum. Your thoughts matter to us. Don't forget to fill out the evaluation form to help us improve the conduct of our future online workshops. The link will be posted in the chat box. Be on time, be prepared, be at
Stay with me if you wanna. Stay with me if you wanna. Stay with me if you wanna. Stay with me if you
Good afternoon, everyone. It's me again, Kenneth, and welcome to the final session to culminate our event. We will start this afternoon with an open forum to our previous plenary speakers. Also, I know that we are all thrilled to see the outputs of our students from the workshop, as well as the winners for the 3-minute presentation. But before anything else, we would like to feature some of the participants' posts from their social media accounts sharing their Iwomb 2021 experience. All right, as our tech team are gathering these posts. All right, so we have here from Mark Anthony Guerrero Garvida. It says on the caption, first day of international workshop on mathematical biology was a blast. Hashtag Iwomb 2021. We also have another post from Joanna Marie Peralta. Day 2 done. Don't miss tomorrow's last day of Iwomb 2021. So featured there are the many faces of the beautiful faces of our audience. We have one takeaway from Feby Evangelio. Communicate, take risks, start simple with a purple heart. Great and awesome talks from esteemed speakers. So that's for the day 1 of the workshop. We also have our post from our very own chair of the Iwomb 2021 committee. We have from Dr. May Ann Mata. She says, this is it. Thanks for the amazing creative team of the 4th International Workshop on Mathematical Biology 2021. So here are the photos of the technical committee of the Iwomb 2021. You also have Twitter posts from PG Sanchez. What is this? Learning or doing ODEs for day 1 of hashtag Iwomb 2021. So ayan, very technical na mga materials natin. What else? We have another tweet from Justin Mark Kitor. Workshop on optimizing logistical operations in health services, applications of location allocation models. I believe this is from the workshop from Ma'am Rhoda, right? Ayan. So there are also pictures right there. Are there other posts? Yeah, same post from PG Sanchez. Presentation for hashtag Iwomb 2021 done. Iba talaga to be in the company of fellow hashtag Pinoy scientists. Plus, super love the nurturing environment. Hashtag walang katulad. You also have another post from Alejandra Herrera. Happy to be part of hashtag Iwomb 2021, Introduction to Stochastic Modeling Workshop, SDE part. You also have another post from Justin Mark Kitor. Praying team is a winning team. Iwomb will be filled with wisdom, impactful, and life-changing. Let's go, history makers. Let's go international. All right, so there are your tech team and the committee of the Iwomb 2021. We have from Vine. Yes, I'm learning a lot. Thanks for this opportunity. Hashtag Iwomb 2021. We have another tweet from Sir Z. Day 1 of Iwomb workshop is done, pero walang post-workshop ganap. Hoo-hoo. Hashtag Iwomb 2021. All right, so that's it for the experiences that we gathered from the social medias, either Facebook and Twitter. So now the floor is open for questions to the plenary talks from our first batch of speakers on the 3rd day of our workshop, requesting our plenary speakers to turn on their cameras. So may I request Dr. Aurelio de los Reyes, the 5th, Dr. Yusef Mameri, to please turn on your camera so that we can spotlight you for the plenary, for the open forum. All right. We're still waiting for, I think, Dr. Yusef Mameri. So once again, for the questions, please address them in the chat box via Zoom. So we will be entertaining those questions from their talks, of course. So by the way, how are you, Dr. Aurelio? Doing fine?
I'm good. I just hope that my connection will still be stable.
Yeah, yeah. So it's okay. Meron naman sigurong backup.
Sana.
While we're still waiting for Dr. Yusuf, maybe we can start na lang for entertaining questions sa'yo, Dr. Aurelio. Okay, so we have one question. Good day to our esteemed speakers and to everyone. This is for Dr. Aurelio. Can you share with us some challenges that modelers might encounter as we apply optimal control theory in epidemiological models?
Wow, that's really a very hard question. Well, first, take note that in order for you to apply optimal control theory, you need to have a working model. And when I say working model, that should be calibrated and adapted using some data. So if your model is not still validated, quote unquote, or adapted utilizing real data, then most likely if you apply optimal control theory, it's still on the theoretical aspect. You can do a lot of simulations and case scenarios, but as I pointed out this morning, even in the case of TB, the control measures are country specific. So in case of medicine, it should be personalized. So that can be done if you have actual data wherein you can compare it to your model. So that is the challenge because it's not just about obtaining data, but obtaining reliable data. The integrity of your data plays an integral role in your model and also making predictions and applying optimal control theory.
All right, thank you for that, sir. Yeah, I really agree with you that the data really plays an integral role in the modeling part. So yeah, we're still entertaining more questions from our audience. Don't be afraid to ask your questions. Our plenary speakers are very much happy to entertain those questions. All right, sige, I will just ask na lang yung ano sir, yung we also ask this to the other plenary speakers. What would be your best advice for aspiring mathematical biologists to pursue this pursue their research or to pursue the career in this field?
For me, it is the desire to learn more and willingness to learn and just follow your passion. Your curiosity will actually drive you to your dreams, and do not just jump to something that is hot. Like for example, there's a lot of COVID modeling nowadays. So if you are not really comfortable with doing some COVID modeling, then don't do that. Okay? Do what is you think for you is more interesting, so that the pressure is from within. So it's like you are doing it because you love it. You like to learn something about it. It's not because I'm pressured to do it because Dr. Mata forced me to do it or some other person asked me to do that. But yeah, sometimes it works. Sometimes it works that for exposure, like if you are forced to do something, that's good for your exposure, but just do what you love. So for me, it's more on opening your mind, take risk. So if you are really young, then take risks. Do not be conformed into your comfortable comfort zone. Kasi you will grow more if you go out there, take risk, take the challenge, because no risk, no fun, no pain, no glory. So for me, I have a lot of of insecurities before, even now, but sometimes I need to think outside the box. I need to take the challenge. I need to take the opportunity, look for it as an opportunity that you will grow academically. So my advice is just follow your dreams.
Wow, thank you for that, Doc. We have another question actually. Let's move on to more technical, no? Sir Ao, how do you handle issues po on underreported cases, especially on diseases with stigma?
Wow, that is very, very good question. Since it's not just underreported, there's a lot of unreporting going on as well. So sometimes when we come up with a model, we are taking into consideration a compartment wherein a lot of unreporting are going on. But since the challenge there is to validate to calibrate that unreporting. So in terms of mathematics, theoretically, you can do a lot more. So that's the good thing about modeling. You can use a baseline, like for example, what if you only have this percentage of underreporting going on, this percentage of unreporting. But again, it's a challenge for all the modelers. I don't have a concrete answer at the moment, but you can just play with your assumptions. Like for example, underreporting would be like 20%, and you can actually go beyond like 80% and 90% and look if your model is still doing something relevant or something that is meaningful. And yeah, that's the beauty of mathematics. You are not killing people, you're not killing patients or subjects. You can just do your simulations. If it blows up, then there's something wrong. It's either your model assumptions are no longer working, your data is not actually capturing the dynamics that you want to see in reality. So yeah, I don't have concrete um, answers for that, but you can just do some cases for that unreporting and underreporting.
Wow, thank you for that, sir. I think one of the things that I have learned also in learning mathematics this past few years is how we should know how to adapt or to adjust with what we have and to maximize what we have in order to really have a good output. All right, so we have more questions, sir. This is yeah. Good afternoon. I am amazed at the and admire the amount of work you have done. Is it possible, or how difficult could it be to apply optimal control theory for agent-based or network models? So, is it possible to consider some select scenarios instead?
Mhm. I haven't done that before, but I have a slide wherein some people are already doing that. Probably the challenge could be the computational time that you need, the computational effort. If you don't have a good machine to do the computations, then it will take much longer. And not only that, there are cases wherein you need to consider if you have a singular control or bang controls. The computation is also taking time, and there's a lot of noise in your control solutions. But there are some softwares that you can probably use, like the GPOPs, the IPOPs, the PASA, the polyhedral set polyhedral active set algorithm. There's also iClocks from Imperial College to deal with this singular and bang controls. And yeah, I think at some point, Dr. Mata and I, we thought of looking at optimal control theory or stochastic or agent-based modeling, but we haven't done it yet. But that would be a good future research direction.
All right. Thank you for that, sir. Maybe Sir Emmanuel will be the one to pioneer this, type of incorporating the two topics. All right, so we have another question. Hi, Dr. Ao. This is not a math bio related question, But I am just curious on how you balance your family, work, and social life. Parang interview lang ni Tito Boy.
Well, to be honest, it's hard. It's hard to strike a balance, especially during this time of pandemic. Like at home, you don't have a clear separation between work and family and some other stuff. How do I balance it? Somehow, it's still working on my end because I really love what I'm doing, and I also love my family. I also love my son. So the thing I think for me that though it is a challenge, it's always good to find time for yourself as well. Like it's not only about your social aspect of life, your family, but or your work. You also need to find time for yourself, because if you have time for yourself, then you can identify time for everything, like time for family, time for work, time for friends, and some other stuff. Even though you are limited because you are just at home, so it's a challenge for this work-life balance. But I think for those scientists who are really passionate about this work, they are also passionate about they're passionate towards their family and friends. So I think if you're doing something that is really enjoyable, you can always find time for everything. And it is case to case basis.
All right, so thank you for that, sir. We have another question. This question is related to the talk of Dr. Rabahante, but I'm also interested to hear Dr. De Los Reyes' take on this. Some mathematics faculty members have limited opportunities to engage in collaborations in the area of mathematical modeling. Aside from joining on conferences like this Iwomb, what can you advise to aspiring modelers? Thank you.
Yeah, just a brief background. When we started iWomb, I didn't even know that Dr. Mata is doing mathematical modeling. So I didn't know that there are some people who are working on the same field. So for those who have limited access to modeling, like for some other universities, I think the best way is to take the initiative to contact those who are working in the area. Like for example, if you are in Mindanao, you can always contact Dr. Mata. If you are in Cebu, Raquel is there, or Dr. Almacera. And since now we are all connected using the internet, you can just shoot an email to everyone. And I think that is the first step. And the second step is to do things simpler at the beginning, like small informal talks about the current projects in mathematical biology. And then that could lead to some, for example, online webinars, like a small one first, only for the department. And later on, there are also opportunities like this international workshop. There are also a lot of workshops and webinars internationally, and those are free. So if you are really interested, you can go to the website of Society for Mathematical Biology and also European Society for Mathematical and Theoretical Biology. There are a lot of links there wherein you can just click register for some online workshops or register for some webinars. And you can even shoot an email to the professors. They are really happy and very willing to share some notes as well.
Thank you for that, sir. Maybe our chair for the committee would like to comment on this question. Something to add.
Hello, hello, hello! How are you all? I hope you are still
Hi,
enjoying the
madam.
workshop. No, gateway na tayo. Hello, Sir Ao. Yeah, so how do you, what question was that? The one with the aspiring like for aspiring modelers? Okay, so
Yes.
actually, okay, for me, what I did was, like, if someone invited you to give a talk, okay, just go for it. And then I think you also need to learn the social of, socializing with your fellow. Like, you don't see them as, I don't actually see them as my competitor because there are really just few of us. I actually look at it in a collaborative perspective. Like, you always think about, okay, for example, when I first met Sir Ao, we're kind of like intersecting in the same subspecialization. Like, we do mathematical epidemiology, but then I tried to learn what Sir Ao can do that I cannot do, and then what I can do that Sir Ao can do. You know, and it's also the same way with, say, for example, with Doc Jomar, Vicky, like the rest of the Iwomb organizing committee, like even the rest of the people that I know, like for example, Professor Wolfgang and Professor Youssef, like seeing all their cool works, like Alistair, like Alejandra, I just thought of it like I have to think about what I can do that they cannot do and what they cannot do that I can do, and then just think about how you can complement with how can you actually come up with a project where you can complement with your expertise. So that's the first thing. The second thing is you have to learn to talk to people, like talk to other disciplines as well, because the interesting thing about mathematical biology is that it's very interdisciplinary. Like, the two disciplines are very intertwined with each other. Um, of course, we have our favorite approaches, like favorite models, favorite methods, those kinds of stuff. But to be honest with you, sometimes you just have to sacrifice that for the sake of the problem. So I realize that it's more like learning to step back when you need to step back, and then learning to um, take a step of faith, a leap of faith, I would say, wherein you can like start taking initiative. Like for example, in our project, the Stop Rabies project, that was actually my first research project with a virologist. She just invited me. She said, "Hey, Mayang, you do mathematical modeling, right? Not with rabies, that's for sure, because I don't know the mechanisms of rabies." And I just like dived in, and then it's so interesting because with that experience, I also learned more about empirical modeling, statistical modeling, which is really not my forte, you know. So, well, actually, Sir Pete is here. Sir Pete is one of our collaborators. You see, like, it's very, very important as mathematicians to not just stay in our isolation room, or what we call thinking room. I actually call it thinking room or thinking chair. You don't just sit there. Just have to, go talk to them. Of course, I know that there is this thing that you felt like if you're doing mathematics, you're like kind of an elite, right? Like, oh, I belong to the elite class. No, don't do that. No, as much as possible, like, you connect to them, you link with them. Yeah. So for aspiring modelers, learn from not from us, not necessarily from us, but learn from those who you see in terms of like the speakers, those people whom you have like for example, like plenary speakers. If you're interested in the topic, you just send them an email, tell them, hey, I'm very, very interested in what you do, because that's what I did when I was doing my graduate study abroad. Like, I just saw the talk of my former supervisor, and then I just emailed her directly, and then she got interested, and then she took me in as the student. And then, yeah, and it's a process. By the way, modeling is a process. It's not as easy like, I want to be a modeler. No, no. Actually, it just comes like parang serendipity, I would say. Parang ganun lang yung idea. So yun, I hope that you are all inspired, and through this Iwomb, I believe that this will not just be the first lang na mathematical biology workshop. I'm pretty sure na mayroong mga branches na in the near future, mga subspecialization. So depende na yan. But you are the next generation. We're just here to set the ground or set the foundation, and then you will move forward and do your own thing in the near future. Who knows, right? So yun lang po.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mata. Here with us is Dr. Youssef Mameri, We will be entertaining one question directed at him because we don't have enough time for the open forum. Right now we will be entertaining one question for Dr. Mameri. Okay. Um, I will just address one question to Dr. Mameri. What would be the best advice that you can give to aspiring modelers? And I believe most of the people here are not really inclined into mathematical biology. So where do you think should we start?
Good morning first. Maybe you should sleep enough because I just awake, so I'm still that. But more seriously, I think one thing you need first maybe be sure your mathematics, and maybe one of the most difficulty I've seen in mathematical biology is to communicate with the other disciplines. So when you are working with a medical doctor, they don't know anything about mathematics, and they probably don't want to know anything about mathematics. So as a mathematician, you need to also to learn how to speak with other disciplines. So you need to I think it's maybe the most difficult thing in mathematical biology, how to communicate with the other discipline you are working with. So stay open to don't. So I don't know the habit when in the Philippines, but for example in France, when you are doing mathematics, it's kind of you are the best, and the rest is is nothing. So you need to be humble. Yeah. So and maybe saying that mathematics can be also useful for other disciplines, for other people, and you need to try also how to speak with them.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Mameri. I believe no more questions are being raised. For further queries, you can always contact our official Facebook page. That's International Workshop on Mathematical Biology 2021. Again, thank you so much to our plenary speakers. At this juncture, we will be having the student presentations. I would like to request all presenters to turn on their cameras once it is your group's turn to present. Reminding also that you have 10 minutes to present your work. On the 9th minute, you will hear this sound. And when your time is up, you will hear this sound. Okay, so without further ado, let's have the first group, which is Introduction to Numerical Methods for Stochastic Models.
Hi po. Sino po mag-show ng... Ayan. Thank you very much. So, hello everyone. I'll be starting. I'm from the group. Nawala po yung slides. Hello.
All right, while our tech team is still looking for the slide, Ariane. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you. So hello everyone, I'm from the group Introduction to Numerical Methods in Stochastic Models, Gillespie algorithm, under the guidance of Dr. Alastair, and I'm here to present our learning and results. Next slide, please. So in the context of modeling epidemics, we usually use deterministic models to model, say, the number of incidences through time, like in the figure in the left. However, the problem is if you look at the real data, it looks quite different, and you see that it has more bumps and jaggedness. To illustrate, the figure on the right shows the number of COVID-19 cases in the Davao region lifted from the DOH COVID-19 tracker. Indeed, there are bumps and jaggedness. Next slide, please. These bumps and jaggedness may come from the systematic changes, but most of them came from the fact that the world is full of randomness that we can't predict. So we need to also sort of incorporate this randomness to our modeling process. Next slide, please. Next slide. One way to do this is by using the Gillespie algorithm. It is the original stochastic modeling method that employs random numbers to simulate individual reaction events. Reaction events refer to the possible events that could happen in a system. For example, in modeling epidemics, this could be an addition in the number of infection when there is a new infection, or a reduction when there is death or recovery. To illustrate the general idea of this algorithm, suppose that we have two states, A and B, and suppose that an agent can be in state A or B. State A agents can transition to state B with a rate of alpha and B to A with a rate of beta. These two events are the only events that could happen. Usually, we can model the transition by giving all individuals a certain time t, usually exponentially distributed, to change their states. However, this could be problematic in many ways. Gillespie algorithm addresses this problem by taking the shortest time for an agent in a system to change its state. Let that agent change its state and record the change in the system. After the event 1 happened, we again take the shortest time for an agent in the system to change its state and then record the time and change in that system. In this way, only one event can happen at a time. The probability of any agent with state A to go to state B is given in that figure in the top, as well as the probability of an agent from B to A. Hence, Gillespie algorithm is twofold. First, deciding when the next event will occur, and second, deciding what that event is. Next slide. So the simplest process of such kind that we can model with Gillespie algorithm is the birth-death process. It is a continuous Markov process that is often used to study how the number of individual changes in a population through time, and two things could occur, birth or death. In this case, the state is the number of infected individuals. So next slide. So during our workshop, we are asked to simulate a birth-death process using Gillespie algorithm in the context of modeling, of epidemic modeling. So here are our results. We have here our governing equation, which translates to saying that the rate of change in the population, in this case, the number of infected individuals, is equal to mu times the number of infected individuals at that time minus delta times the number of infected individuals. Mu is the birth rate, while delta is the death rate. So this is a simple exponential model, but of course, this is only a guide equation because we still have to incorporate randomness in our system. Given in the right is also our pseudocode. Next slide. Next slide, please. On the interest of time, I'll now proceed to our results. This is the sample simulation where our death rate is 1 and our birth rate is 1.25. The y-axis is the number of infected individuals while the x-axis is the time. Observe that our population continues to increase and does not appear to go extinct. We can certainly expect this because our birth rate is larger than our death rate. Next slide. Now, if we reverse it and make the death rate larger than birth rate, in this case, our death rate is now 2 and our birth rate is 1.25, we can expect that our population will decrease and eventually reach extinction. Here, extinction means that the number of infected individuals would reach zero, and so there would be no more infection events that could happen in the future, since there is no one left that will cause an infection. This is called an absorbing state. So just to add, birth death process is not limited to epidemic modeling. So there are also other applications. Next slide. To illustrate more our observations so far, we tried varying one of the parameters, either birth or death rate, one at a time, and observe what happens to our population. Well, on the first figure, when the death rate is greater than the birth rate, the population tends towards extinction. For example, in the first figure, when delta is 10, that's the dark blue line, the population dies out at earliest at time 0.6 approximately. Similarly, on the figure on the next one, the beta is higher than delta. When that is true, the population continue to increase. So next slide. So birth death process is only applicable at the early stage of the epidemic. If we continue our simulation like this, where birth rate is higher than death rate, for example, our estimates of the number of infected individuals will tend towards positive infinity, which is definitely not realistic. So next up, on the next slide, we also simulated an SIRD type of model using Gillespie algorithm. To give context, our hypothetical situation is, next slide, is that there is an infection called whale pox in UP Mindanao, and this infection was previously observed in Antarctica. So we are asked to model this infection. Shown here is our ODE, so that's the details. So we also have some assumptions. That's why the values of the parameters are like that. So let's proceed to the results. Next slide. Here are our simulation results. We set the UP Mindanao population size to be 2,300 and the initial number of infected individual to 3. And using the parameter values from the previous slide, the following are the plots of the number of infected individuals in green, recovered in blue, and in red, when the number of simulation denoted by M is varied. So you can see in the first figure, the number of simulations is M equals 10, next is M equals 100, and next is M equals 1,000. Note that we did not include the number of susceptible individuals because its values are large in comparison to these three compartments. The solid line indicates the trend of each compartment. For all cases, the number of infected individual goes to 0, hence the infection dies down. What we noticed here is that as we increase the number of simulations, there are also variation in the average duration of the whale pox disease. So next slide, please. Now let us try to vary beta and observe what could be its effect on the dynamic of our population. Beta is the transmission rate. So we fixed rho and delta. Beta is varied from 0.5 to 0.9, and the figures show the effect, its effect of varying beta on the number of susceptibles on the top left, then on the infected, on the recovered, and lastly on the number of deaths. We focus on the infected individuals. Next slide. So we can see here that as the beta increases, which is the transmission rate, the peak of the number of infected individuals gets higher. In fact, when beta is 0.9, that's our highest value here, the peak almost reached about 1,600 infected individuals after around 20 days. In contrast, when beta is 0.05, which is our lowest here, the peak is only at about 100. So this information can be used for policymakers whether to implement lockdowns or other such interventions. So next slide. This is still a similar simulation wherein this time we vary the delta. So what we can gather here is that as delta gets large, the date at which the number of infected individuals gets to 0 becomes early. So next slide, please. And we tried also simulating it in the context of Philippines, but what we find here is that there is a great variance in the susceptible and number of dead individuals. So we can observe here that the simulation result is not very reliable when the number of population is large. So next slide. So in conclusion, we also compare Gillespie versus SDE. So Gillespie works better in small population while SDE works better in large population. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, presenter one. All right, we'll move on to the next group. And that will be another subgroup of the workshop one. That's from Introduction to Numerical Methods for Stochastic Modeling. Again, okay. Once again, we would like to request the presenters to turn on your videos.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So we are the stochastic differential equations group. So like in the previous group, we will also analyze a fictional disease called the whale pox. And the setting is in UP Mindanao. So unlike the previous group, we will use the SDE or stochastic differential equation. Next slide, please. So this is a quick outline. So we have a quick intro to SDEs and what's the whale pox, the model, and our scenarios for our simulation and the discussion and conclusion. Next slide, please. So very quick intro to stochastic differential equations. So they are not your usual differential equation or DEs. Stochastic differential equation account for noise or randomness or what we call stochasticity. So as you can see, you have here in equation star dx of t is equal to mu of x t dt plus g of x t dwt. So here in the mu part, so mu of x dt, that's your usual differential equation. The g of x of t dwt part is the stochasticity part, where x of t is your vector of state variables. dwt is a normally distributed Brownian process with mean zero and constant variance. And G is a matrix that satisfies G times G transpose dt is equal to the covariance matrix. Next slide, please. So here's an example of a stochastic SIS model. So you have here the equations. As you can see in the ds of t equals negative beta si plus gamma I dt. That's your usual equation in the of s in the SI model. You can see the part where you have here a negative square root of beta si dw1 of t plus the other term. So that's those are your stochastic terms. So if you plot a usual SI model, you would have a smooth plot. But here you can see the plot of the susceptibles and infected. The stochastic SIS plot, you would have like a squiggly behavior of your plot. So that is caused by those stochastic terms. So you account for noise and randomness in your model. Next slide, please. So here we explain what is whale pox. So whale pox, it's just a fictional disease for the sake of the activity. So it originated in Antarctica in 2026 and it devastated the Antarctic community. So it is observed, it has been observed in Mexico, New Zealand, and UP Mindanao in the early months of 2027. Next slide. Whalepox is deadly in 8.6% of all cases. And those who recover, they will be immune for life. But for those who are infected, the average time of either death or recovery is 12 days. The infection rate is proportional to an infection constant, the number of infections and the fraction of the population which is still currently susceptible. And during the early stages of the epidemic, in the Antarctic, it was observed that S is approximately N. The daily number of whalepox cases was observed to double every 9 days. So in doubling time is every 9 days. Next slide. The population of UP Mindanao, the setting in UP Mindanao in 2027 was 2,300 students. And the total population in the Philippines was 118 million people. But we haven't used this 118 million. We just used in our activity the 2,300. So this is what are we going to work on. So in early 2027, there are 3 individuals who tested positive for whalepox. And our objective is to attempt to simulate the spread of whalepox in UP Mindanao and to have a measure of the impact of containment policies on the length of epidemic wave to evaluate the possibility of intervention. Next slide, please. So we have here the deterministic model of the SIR. So apologies to everyone because we haven't put the FDE model because it's quite tedious to write. So we have 4 equations here, and you would just add some stochasticity terms in each of the equations. Just go through the parameters. We have the removal rate, delta, and the death rate, gamma, the initial population, n, which is 2,300, initial value of infected individuals, which is 3, and the initial value of susceptible individuals, which is 2,300 minus 3, which is 2,297. Next slide, please. So here is just the model. Yung previous kanina, the deterministic model, you would just add this term, the stochastic term in each of those equations. So pasensya na because it's hard to write them one by one. We haven't shown them. Next slide, please. So to simulate those the plots, we use what we call a Maruyama algorithm. It's like your usual extension of your Euler algorithm for differential equations, but you would add this stochasticity term so that you would have those stochastic behavior, the Brownian motion or the Wiener process. Next slide, please. So we have the simulation scenario. So scenario 1, the removal rate is set to 12 days. The death rate is 8.6. So just like in the previous slide that I explained earlier. Initial population 2,300. Infected individuals of 3. And so the suscepted individuals at the start is just n minus 3. And there are no records of death or recoveries prior to the epidemic. So 0, C, death, and recovery. So next slide, please. So scenario 2 and scenario 3, we haven't finished that. What we will do there is impose a strict lockdown with so to do the strict lockdown, we will reduce the contact rate, the beta, by 60%. And we have another scenario of a less strict lockdown. We will just reduce the contact rate by 40%. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. There. So for the scenario 1, you can see there that the different plots. So I think we have 10 plots here. So the time or the length of days is 300. So as you can see, eventually they will all naturally die down. But for the same parameters, you would have different scenarios because we accounted for stochasticity. So each time we simulate the process, we have different results, but all of them approach that scenario where at your 300 day the disease dies down naturally. Next slide, please. So in summary, this activity simulated whalepox, a fictional disease in UP Mindanao using an SDE model, and to implement that, we used the Euler-Maruyama algorithm. And the results show that, well, the pandemic, the epidemic is expected to die out naturally in less than 300 days. And scenarios 2 and 3 are still in progress. Thank you so much for your listening.
All right, thank you for that, group 1. And now we will proceed to the next group, which is on Workshop 2, that's seeing you every day, understanding disease dynamics. Workshop 3, that's workshop 3. Seeing you every day, understanding disease dynamics using panel regression approach. So once again, we would like to request to turn on your camera for the presentation.
Hello. Hi. Let's wait for some of my group mates.
Hi, Ray. We're here.
All right. Hi. Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We're the panel regression team under Dr. Pete Alviola IV and Mr. Zayton Lachica. I'm Reyes Cosio. I'm Reyes Cosio, and my teammates are Dr. John Bantang, Feby Evangelio, Rocky Marcelino, Vincent Monor, Jonathan Madronero, and Rogelio Goles Jr. So we'll be discussing about panel regression analysis on risk factors of rotavirus A. So next slide, please. Previous slide. All right, so rotavirus A or RVA is commonly known to infect 1, piglets that affect their growth, and 2, children with diarrhea all around the world. Next slide. So here are the objectives of our workshop. So first, given the data that we're provided, we want to identify the drivers of disease occurrence among pig farms in Davao City. And then second, we want to model RVA detection or RVAD as a function of disease drivers using pooled analysis and panel analysis for logit and probit regression models. Next slide. So the data that we have consists of 24 backyard pig farms from all around Davao City. So they were surveyed for 12 months regarding different variables that we will pre-process later to decrease multicollinearity. Next slide. So the variables that we will consider are related to 1, the farm, such as ownership, use of drainage, water access, and so on. 2, the farmer, for example, years of experience, educational attainment, and others. 3, the pigs, such as herd size, diarrhea infection, pig waste, provision of supplements, and so on. And then lastly, the weather condition, for example, temperature, humidity, and so on. So with these variables, ID for the farm, time for each month, and RVAD is included as well. So colored here are the variables that we can group together, such as types of pig waste, age group of the farmers, type of water source, and so on. So Rocky will now discuss the models and the framework of our research.
Thanks, Ray, for introducing the topic that we dealt with. So for the models and methods, next slide, please. We'll be using, just like what Ray mentioned, we'll be using panel and pooled analysis. So to give a brief background, I will be specifically using logit models. And this uses logistic distribution in modeling dichotomous dependent variable. In our case, it will be detection or non-detection of RVAT. For panel analysis, we can further classify them into fixed effects and random effects. Thus, we have 2 types of model under the logit model. So on the other hand, probit model use the normal distribution, unlike your logit, which uses the logistic. So for panel analysis, we only consider the fixed effects model. So given this, we have a total of 5 candidate models, possible models that we considered. And of course, for each of these candidate models, we did estimation. So to give you an idea, let's move on to the next slide of the framework. So this is what we did for the entire analysis. The first step, just like what my group mate mentioned, is the pre-processing of the data. So for the preliminary processing, so we tried to create new variables based on the previous variables, such as making some continuous variables into categorical. Specifically, we did that to age. This is part of the exploratory analysis. So after we finalize the data processing, pre-processing, we generated some summary statistics and data visualization for us to have a more holistic view on what data are we dealing with. So we tried to create histograms, correlograms, or correlation matrices, but we will just be showing some outputs in the interest of time and some screenshot of what we have done in the team. So after doing the data visualization and generation of summary statistics, we dive into model parameter estimation. As what I've mentioned, we have a total of 5 models to be estimated. So for panel analysis, we have logit fixed effects, logit random effects, and probit random effects. For pooled analysis, we have logit and probit. So after we have estimated these 5 models, for each model, we did model diagnostic checking. So that includes variance inflation factor, computation of the variance inflation factor, so that we know if there are independent variables that are collinear or interdependent with one another. And we intended to also do residual analysis or the error analysis, but in the interest of time, so we no longer are showing it. No. So this is an iterative process, because once we encounter issues with with any of the 5 models that we have, we try to diagnose what the problem is, try to remove some variables if they are interdependent, and re-estimate the model. So after doing the model diagnostic checking, so we try to select the best model, but the best there is in quotation, because we'll be explaining further later. And after that, we did the model reporting and interpretation, which we'll also discuss and share later. So I hope you got a clear view on how the analysis went for our group. Over to you, Feby, for the results.
All right, on to our results. Yes. So on the first, on this slide, we just presented the summary statistics of the model, the variables that we use in our model. So here we have the RVAD, as explained earlier. We have this as our dependent variable, and then we have here 20 plus independent variables that we use on our model. And then for the next slide, we proceeded with testing. Next slide, please. We proceeded with the testing of possible interdependence of variables. So in here, we did the variation inflation factor analysis, because we want to make sure that our variables are not
Feby,
correlated or
the slide is not moving, I think.
yes.
Yeah, next slide, please. All right.
Ayan, ayan. So this is what we did for checking the possible interdependence. And then for the next slide, so this is just an example of the variables that we have tested to be correlated. But of course, we did the analysis, which is the VIF, the variance inflation factor. And then on the next slide, we can see on the next slide, please. Ayan. So we have here the before pre-processing VIF result, which have an average of 12.05. So this condition that VIF is greater than 10, this indicates the multicollinearity in the data set. That is why we did some adjustments, and we also did the pre-processing, and now we have our plausible mean VIF, which is at 3.41. And the next for our results, next slide, please. We presented here the model estimate. So as discussed earlier, we did modeling for the 5 models. So we have here 2 panel data analysis, the logit and probit, and then we have 3 for the panel data analysis. So these are just the summary of the model estimates or the coefficients, the results of our modeling. So in this part, except for the logit FE panel analysis, the estimates of the regression coefficients were generated. And then here we can see the categorical and independent variables that use as the base category as we have estimated the coefficients. And then on the next slide, we have summarized these results to only show you the significant variables. From our objectives, we want to know what are the variables that will explain the detection of the RVA. And so here are the variables that are common among the 5 models. And then on the conclusion, which is on the next slide, the best model that we have selected, which has the lowest AIC and the BIC in comparison is the panel logic fixed effects regression model. And from this model, the significant drivers that we can see here is the pig waste, the type of pig waste, the diarrhea incidence, and then temperature. And then we've also included here, just for easier interpretation, the odds ratio. So the odds ratio basically tells us how more likely or these variables can explain our dependent variable, which is the detection. So for example, if our variable is the pig waste is semi-solid, so it is 2.24 more likely to be detected than the solid pig waste, which is our base case. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Group 3, for that presentation. Now, we will proceed to the next group, that is on Workshop 4. We have Optimizing Logistical Operations in Health Services, Applications of Location Allocation Models. So once again, we would like to request the presenters for Group 4 to please turn on your cameras.
Okay, a pleasant good afternoon, my fellow researchers, distinguished guests, and to our group facilitator, Dr. Ruda Namoko, and to my group members. This afternoon, our group is assigned to identify a real-world application of the analytical hierarchy process, or the EHP software, with the use of location allocation problem models, or the ELP, which is related to health services. So please, next slide. So in this software, when making decision, a decision maker usually has several alternatives to choose from. So what are location allocation problem model and the alternative hierarchy process software? So the goal of location allocation problem models is to locate a set of facilities such that the total costs are to minimize and subject to some constraints. So location is often considered the most important factor leading to the success of a private or public sector organization in the industry. So in this model, alternative hierarchy process software is useful in decision making, which work by ranking decision and alternatives based on a given set of criteria. So in our group, we focus on the COVID-19 vaccination in the Philippines. So COVID-19 vaccines have become available to the Philippines last February 2021. So as of June 6, 2021, there were 9,329,050 total vaccine doses delivered in the Philippines, came from WHO COVAX facility, donations from other countries, and the purchased vaccines of the Philippine government. And below will be discussed more by my group members.
Next slide po. Next po. Okay, so that was the slide earlier. Can we proceed to the next slide, please? Okay, so recall that the AHP is concerned with answering the question, which one? So given a set of alternatives and some criteria, we want to choose which is the best option. So in this workshop activity, we defined a decision-making problem that answers the question, which COVID vaccine? So of course, this is with the assumption that we have the complete freedom to choose. So in particular, we want to confirm which vaccine will most likely be preferred based on some criteria. So we have enumerated 4 criteria, namely efficacy, effectivity, cost of the vaccine, and availability of the vaccine. And then we have a set of alternatives. We have only chosen 5 approved and available vaccines in the Philippines, namely AstraZeneca, Sinovac, Sputnik 5, Moderna, and Pfizer. So to answer the problem, we applied the alternative hierarchy process, or the AHL, and simulated the results using a super decision software. Next, please. Okay, so how do we proceed to solving the problem? So we always start with what we know. So what we did was to gather data, available data, which will allow us to identify numerical correspondence on the efficacy rate, availability, effectivity, and the cost. So given the four criteria that we have defined, the AHL method allows us to do pairwise comparison of our alternatives based on these criteria. So in order to do this, we quantified each criteria associated to each vaccines. So to visualize this data, which we got from DOH, Phil News, and published articles, let me show you visualizations. Next, please. Okay, so this shows the effectivity and efficacy rate of the vaccines. Next, please. And the following slides summarizes the cost and availability of vaccines in the Philippines. So we only display the 5 given choices in these plots. Okay, so to proceed to how AHL was done, Sir James will explain. Sir, you're muted po. Okay.
Sorry. So next, we've done the pairwise comparison of the 5 alternatives. Hindi pa po, doon pa po sa previous slide. Yeah. Yeah. In terms of the 4 criteria that was given earlier. So for the demonstration, here is the pairwise comparison of the 5 alternatives in terms of the availability criteria. So by availability, we mean that the total number of doses administered in a country, and it is not the number of stocks that we have in the country. So this data is as of June 6. So the ranking is as follows. So Sinovac with 6.5 million, followed by AstraZeneca, then Sputnik 5, Pfizer pala muna, then Sputnik 5, and Moderna. So in order to create the pairwise comparison matrix, so we refer to the scale of relative importance in the table on the right side. So with 1 equal importance, 3, 5, 7, and 9, and the inverse comparison. So for the AstraZeneca versus Sinovac, so the value is 1/3. Then AstraZeneca versus Sputnik 5 is 5. AstraZeneca versus Moderna is 7. And AstraZeneca versus Pfizer is 3. Then followed the rest. So next slide po. So we also done the pairwise comparison matrix of the 4 different criteria. So in the same manner, so we rank the criteria based on their level of importance. So with efficacy rate at the most important, followed by effectivity, availability, and cost. So note that this ranking is based on our own personal judgment of our group. So next. So next, we input the values of the matrices in the super decision software. So then these are the values. So we can see. So then the blue ones indicate the values on the table, and the red ones are the inverse. So for the results, so my other group mates will discuss it.
So here are the results. First, we look at the upper left matrix. The values in the normals column are the weights for each vaccine. A vaccine that has a higher weight than the other means that it is more preferred. Considering the 4 criteria, we could see that among the 5 vaccines, the most preferred vaccine is Moderna, followed by Pfizer, Sputnik 5, AstraZeneca, and Sinovac. The lower right matrix shows us the summary of the weights of the vaccines for each criterion. Note that in the gold column shows the weight for each of the criterion. A criterion with higher weight means it is more prioritized over another criterion. The weight values here are assigned by the group and agreed that the efficacy rate of the top is the top priority among the 4 criteria considered. It is followed by effectiveness, availability, and lastly, cost. As we can see under the efficacy and effectiveness criteria, Moderna is the most preferred vaccine. The most preferred vaccine in terms of cost is AstraZeneca, and for the availability criterion, the most preferred vaccine is Sinovac, and the last preferred is Moderna. But what if we change the weight value assigned to each of the criterion? Will the preference rating change? These questions will be answered by Mr. Bueno, which will talk about the sensitivity analysis.
Next slide, please. So here are the sensitivity analyses on the different criteria in relation to the preferences towards COVID-19 vaccine. On the left figure, we see as we increase the weight preference on the efficacy between the vaccines, we see that there are no change in the ranking of preferences. Moderna is still the leading one, but if we have a little weight on efficacy, it becomes the least preferred. So for the sensitivity analysis of the effectivity, we see that as we increase the weight on the effectivity, the ranking do not change and still Moderna is the leading one. Next page, please. For the cost of criteria, the Moderna leads if we have the small average and but it changes position with AstraZeneca as we have a greater weight on the cost. Sinovac leads if we give a larger weight on the availability, and Moderna becomes the least preferred. So overall, we see that with different weights given to the criteria, each vaccine has its own better qualities. Ms. Giselle will wrap up our findings and recommendations.
Okay, so for the findings, the AHP suggests that the Moderna has the highest preference rating according to the effectivity, efficacy, cost, and availability. So to conclude, we just want to thank Iwomb 2021 for giving us this opportunity, and we especially want to thank Ma'am Roda Namoko for guiding us in the presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Group 4, for your presentation. So we still have a lot of presentations to look forward to, but before that, let us have a short break by watching this audio-visual presentation.
Welcome to the land of dreamweavers! I've always had this certain reverence for Mindanao. I've always wanted to go and experience the culture firsthand because it's somewhere I'd never been before. And to see that culture and that tradition has been passed down and is being kept to this day in such good condition, it makes you feel really hopeful. I really admire how the people, they're very connected to nature. They draw all their inspiration, their spirituality from nature, and it's reflected in their work, like in weaving tinalak. The fabric. Each color represents something. All the materials are sourced from the plants, from the vegetation, from the earth, and the inspiration for their arts. It was really insightful to see how much reverence they had for their craft.
mak masa mak na mak na mo madulong kung kanhulong tabali yung mak na
Tinalag is actually a fabric that can only be found in Mindanao. The traditional way of breathing, it's really something that is amazing. I get to understand how they do it, why they do it, and the manner of creating the patterns. Being able to immerse yourself in such culture is something that I'm really proud of. It's really a great honor to be able to do the books that will represent the Mindanao area, the Mindanao region, to be part of Catriona's Gray's national costume.
They're deeply connected. They have this deep respect. And I think that's really admirable, and that's something that we could really share to the generations today, because we really need more admiration and respect for our earth and how we look after it and how we are connected as people to it. This one evening we were invited to a Tiboli house, and we were treated to a native meal and of their local delicacies. They even performed for us using their native instruments. It's the first time that I ever experienced anything like that. It was amazing to see them all together.
Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. Thank you so much for welcoming us into your home and also to experience your beautiful culture. Introduced me to the beautiful textiles of your culture, and I just fell in love. Kasi ang ganda po. So ang ganda, and I feel like the international stage should be able to see it and know that here in the Philippines, this is one of our pride and joys. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be with you all and to learn about the origin of it, because I wanted to understand first where it came from before bringing it to the universe stage. So thank you so much po. I will definitely take pride in showcasing your culture to the international stage.
I really think people need to know about what it means to them, how they put together their crafts, how it's been carried down through generation to generation. And I think even when I experienced that, that's what made me fall in love with what they do, their craftsmanship, their art, their handiwork, their products that they make. I fell in love with it because of the history of it and what it means to them and the reverence and respect that they have for their craft. So I think, if people were to realize that, it would really add value to that product, and people would be proud to own a product from Mindanao.
All right, so proud to be Mindanaoan. Okay, so we will now proceed once again to the student presentations. May I call on the presenters for Group 2 from Infection to Disease Spread Multi-Scale Modeling. Please turn on your cameras to begin. You're still on mute.
Hello?
Yes.
Is it working? Okay.
It's working now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Elia, and we are the group from the workshop with topic from infection to disease spread, multi-scale modeling, supervised by our amazing facilitator, Dr. Alex Almocera. And we would like to thank the organizers of Iwomb 2021 for this learning opportunity. During our workshop, we were introduced to a multi-scale model. It consists of two subsystems. One is the in-host model, which describes the dynamics of the virus and the immune response. And the second one is the between-host model, which describes the transmission of the disease between individuals. For the workshop, we considered a simple SIR model. Now, for the workshop problem, we were tasked to do this similar. We were tasked to do similar analysis of the multi-scale model, but to a between host model that is a bit modified. So we added a birth rate and death rate to the between host model, and that's what we are going to present to you this afternoon. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Okay, before, sorry. Can you go back to the table of contents? Thank you. So for the presentation this afternoon, on the next slide, on the table of contents, we will introduce a bit about the motivation of doing multi-scale models, present to you the in-host and between models that we used in the analysis, and then proceed to the stability results of the two models. Then for the next one, we introduce the coupling function. That's the one that bridges the in-host model to the between-host model. And towards the end, we will present some numerical implementations that we did from the model. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, usually when we model a disease spread, we are focused on one scale, either on within host, the replication of virus within a host, or between hosts, within individuals. Multi-scale models considers the two scales. So in that way, we're not only focusing on the infection within an individual, but also its effect on the transmission of the disease in a community. Thus, multi-scale models provide us some new insights into studying infectious diseases. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. So the first thing that we need to do is to establish the two models, the two subsystems. The first one here is the in-host model. So this describes the dynamics of the virus and the immune response within a host. For the first equation, this means the first term here in the first equation means that the virus replicates at a self-limiting rate determined by the parameter rho and the carrying capacity K sub V. The second one means that the virus is being cleared at a per capita rate that is proportional to the population of the T cells. For the second equation, this describes the homeostasis and the proliferation of the T cells within the body. For the between host model, we considered a compartmental model as an SIR model. So this SIR model is being described using differential equations. The first S means susceptible, the susceptible population. I are for those infectious population, and R are for the recovered. For the susceptible population, mu here represents the constant birth rate, minus mu S represents the portion of the population and the susceptible compartment that is being removed due to death. So mu, we also use the same mu for the per capita death rate. And this term here, minus beta SI, represents the portion of the population, the susceptible population, that has an encounter with an infected individual and got infected. So beta is your transmission rate. For the infectious compartment, Beta Si are those individuals coming from the susceptible population that became infected. Gamma I is the portion of the infected population that recovered from the disease. So you have here a removal because you have a minus gamma I. And mu I, again, is your per capita death. And then for the recovered, gamma I are those portion of the population from infected compartment that recovered, and minus mu R represents the death given by the per capita death rate mu. So this, again, for the in-host model, we did not modify what was given to us during the workshop. We used exactly the same in-host model, but for the between-host model, the modification that we did for our workshop problem is the addition of the birth rate and the death rate. So after establishing the in-host and between-host model, we proceed to the analysis of it. Next slide. First, we present the stability analysis for the in-host model. So once again, this is not our result from the workshop of our group. This is from Dr. Alex's result. Let me read. So introduce a viral fitness lambda, which is rho over CV E0. Then the in-host model is unique stable steady state V equals V star and E equals E star of V star that is positive. And if lambda is less than 1, then V star is equal to 0, which we call as the virus-free state. And if lambda is greater than 1, then V star is greater than 0, which we call as the chronic state. So we presented this result because this will have an implication later when we couple the two models. So we'll see later on the relationships of some of the parameters from the in-host model with the parameters from the between-host model. Now for the stability analysis of the between-host model. So these are some of the results or the work that was done by the group. First, we computed for the equilibrium points. So these are the solutions when we equate to 0 each of the rate of change for S, I, and R. So computing for the solutions of this system, we get, on the next slide, okay, we get two cases, I equals 0 and S equals gamma plus mu all over B. And from these two cases, we will be able to compute for the two equilibrium points. Next slide. Okay, for the first case, where I is equal to 0, from the system itself, it's easy to see that S is equal to 1 and R is equal to 0. So this is our first equilibrium point, which we call as the disease-free equilibrium. That is the triple 1, 0, 0. For case number 2, where S star is equal to gamma plus mu all over beta, just by using the equations in the system, it's also easy to compute for I star and R star. So I star is mu over beta times quantity beta over gamma plus mu minus 1. And R star is simply gamma over mu times I star. So for the case 2, we get the endemic equilibrium given by this triple. So each of the components of
Hello? Are we still connected or? Okay, so let's proceed. So
Yes,
we found
yes.
that this is the endemic equilibrium. Let's proceed. So these are the two equilibrium points that we have, and our next goal is to identify the R0 as well as establish the stability. Next, please. So from here, we were able to establish that the best choice for R0 is beta over gamma plus mu. And I think it's a rather established result. Let us proceed. And then the nice thing is we can write the endemic equilibrium in terms of R0 such that if R0 is greater than 1,
we will have the endemic equilibrium, and if R0 is less than 1, we will in a while show you that it will be an unstable equilibrium. Let's next, please. So we establish the stability by evaluating the Jacobian. Next, please. Next, please. And next. Just to show that, no, just a little bit back. Okay, we're established that at R less than 0, next, please, not that one. At R0 less than 1, the disease-free equilibrium is stable and R0 is greater than 1. Now, if you just allow me 1 minute to show you the main part of the multi-scale problem, which is just the next, one more click. Yeah, so this is the whole system again, but what is different is we have a beta that you see in the third and fourth equation. Instead of being a constant, it is measured by how many viral particles there are in the whole population. So that is different from before, because before beta in the other models, it's either constant, or as in the other study by the other groups, they were presented as fractions. Okay, so we did some simulations. Unfortunately, we don't have time to present them, but this slide is a summary of the most important thing about the talk, which is to model the SIR model coupled with something like a population model of viral cells and T cells. So thank you very much, everyone.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation, sir. So that will be for group 2. And now we will proceed with the next presenter, which will be from workshop 5, that is Introduction to Mathematical Epidemiology. So once again, we would like to request all the presenters to turn on your cameras for the presentation.
Good day. The following are the output of the project about spatiotemporal pattern of infectious diseases. In the most common epidemiological models, those of which based on the calculation of R0, these are designed on a compartmentalization of the population. Usually, the population is decomposed into 3 compartments or sets of individuals: susceptible to be infected, or S compartment, infected, or I compartment, and removed, or those no longer participating in the propagation of the virus. In these compartmental models, the only particularity of an individual is therefore the epidemiological class to which he belongs. In this project, the environmental underpinnings of the model are questioned in order to reintroduce the spatiotemporal patterns of the disease spreading. The following is the ODE model of a typical SI epidemics. In the top left part are the general ODE equations that describes the epidemic contagion. Here, beta is the infection rate, alpha is the intrinsic growth rate, and K is the limiting capacity of the S compartment, while gamma is the recovery rate of those infected individuals. This system of equations have 3 equilibrium points. The first two equilibrium points, 0, 0, and K0, depicts a disease-free steady state because I here is equal to 0. However, the first equilibrium point has a steady state of S equal to 0, and it's not what we wanted because here in this scenario, all the population is already eradicated. The third equilibrium point depicts an endemic steady state of which the disease is still present in the population. On the bottom right part are the stability conditions for these equilibrium points. And these stability conditions depends on the values of our rates, beta, gamma, and alpha. Here's the sample steady state solution and phase space of the ODEs. So in the left figure are the number of S and I individuals over time for varying limiting capacity K, while on the right figure shows the phase space diagram of the S and I steady states, showing an equilibrium point at Si equals 0, 0. From here, we now transition from ODEs into the PDEs, or the partial differential equation.
So this is the PD part of the workshop topic. So we are going to consider these PDEs. So we have infection terms and these terms. So these terms are going to describe the movement of individuals. But in particular, we have the diffusion terms describing the Brownian motion of individuals, and the cross diffusion term will describe the movement of susceptible individuals that depends on the movement of infected individuals. So in our group, we are going to consider 1D space, so that S is a function of space X and time T. Okay, we're going to have the omega being the closed interval from 0 to L. So using these, equations in one will be transformed into this one. Now, we are going to make note that the PDs are usually hard in finding their solution. So we rely or divert to other methods, one of which is variational formulation or the weak formulation. So in essence, we need to transform the PDEs to ODEs. So, okay, we're going to start having C infinity and take phi 1 and phi 2. So they are going to be functions with compact support in omega. It means evaluating them at 0 and L, the value is going to be 0. Equations in 2 will be multiplied by phi 1 and phi 2 and integrate with respect to x. So these will come out. And using the Lebesgue-dominated convergence theorem, you're going to take note that the left-hand side of these equations will become these. Take note that we now have the ddt as an operator outside of the integration. So if we are going to apply terms there, we're going to apply the integration by parts, we will get this one, for example, in 3b. So because of the nature of phi 2, so the value here is going to be, evaluating phi 2 from 0 to L will be 0. So similarly doing this to other terms, the system 3 will become this guy. So what is beautiful here is that we now have, each of these equations are going to have the form U prime equals F, which is an ODE. So the main task for this part of our workshop topic is to apply the Lax-Milgram theorem for S and I. Okay, so in the Lax-Milgram theorem, we will consider a variational problem. So we're going to find here the U such that A U phi equals B phi for every phi in H. So the Lax-Milgram theorem here will actually ensure the existence and uniqueness of the solution. So however, because of time constraint, we are not going to show the details of the solution, but simply what we will do here is just to verify that B is bounded, A is bounded, and A is going to be coercive. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
So after this introduction about the partial differential equations, we next proceeded to the simulation of these equations using FreeFEM, an open source PDE solver. And in the simulations, we focus on the effects of convection or cross diffusion and diffusion. So again, just to reiterate, convection means the movement of susceptible individuals that rely on or depend on infected individuals, and then diffusion will be the movement of all individuals, which basically relies on Brownian motion or random walk. So for the first simulations, what we did is like we just considered these parameters with constant convection. So as you'd see in this in the snapshots of how the patterns look like in time, and this GIF on the right, I can see that there's an emergence of a hotspot. So this red area where there's a high density of infected individuals, in contrast to like how it was like at the initial point where you have like a lot of this tiny red spots. For the next simulation, what we did is that we changed the value of convection such that it would rely on the susceptibles and the infected individuals. And as you'd see here, in contrast to the previous simulation, we'd see several different hotspots And you'd see like this sort of wiggling of these hotspots, which could be associated to convection, like again, like how the susceptibles move in with regards to like the infected, and then like some of the diffusions as defined in this on the parameters that are specified here. Now, lastly, for the third simulation, what we did is like in addition to the convection being relying on the S and I, we also made the diffusion of the infected and the susceptibles to rely on these parameters as well. And in contrast to the previous two simulations, what we find here is that we have a lot more hotspots while they are much smaller compared to the other two. Now, these three simulations, again, by just varying two parameters, well, the dependence of two parameters to S and I, and these two parameters are cross diffusion or convection and diffusion coefficients, we're able to really appreciate in the simulations how the spatial temporal dynamics change in regards to transmission of infection, which is something that we'd really appreciate, especially in this time of social distancing and the COVID-19 pandemic. So with this, we'd end this presentation, and I'd like to acknowledge all the members in our workshop. And I would like also to, well, in behalf of all these members, like I would like to thank all our workshop facilitators, Dr. Gerald, Dr. Randy, and Dr. Yusuf for teaching us all of this, like the importance of analyzing infection, not only in time, but also in space. Maraming salamat po at ingat.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation. Now we will move on to the last presentation, which is on workshop 5. That will be for an introduction to mathematical epidemiology. Once again, we would like to request the presenters to turn on your cameras for the presentation.
Good afternoon, sir. May I request to share my screen?
We're still looking at it as a technical team, but we already have a copy on your PowerPoint for your presentation. But can you allow? I mean, are you allowed to share your screen? Here we go.
Okay, I'll present later. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am allowed now to present.
Yes, you can start now, sir.
Okay. So first of all, in behalf of my group, I would like to thank all the organizers as well as all the speakers for this opportunity to be part of this workshop. So without further ado, please bear with us because all of our group members are new to this. So hope everything's gonna fine. Okay, so our task is to determine R naught, stability of the system, as well as to investigate the effectivity of the control that we use. So we base on the paper of Mr. Lucido, Smith, and Lau, entitled Prevention of H5N6 Outbreaks in the Philippines Using Optimal Control. They use actually 3 control strategy, but here we will introduce only one, which is the isolation treatment control. Next slide, please. So in 2017, mutated virus of the influenza called H5N6 resulted to an outbreak in the Philippines. And they presented the model on the next slide, given by an SIR with additional compartment T. So this compartment T is simply an isolation treatment strategy wherein the infected birds are being isolated and then for 100 days, and then they after that during that days they treat those birds, and if those birds after 100 recovered, they will go to the recovered compartment, and otherwise if they're still infected, then they will return to the infected compartment. So this capital lambda denotes the birth rate, the mu the mortality rate, the beta denotes the transmissibility of the infection, and then H denotes the half saturation constant, and then the small delta here denotes the induced death rate, and then psi denotes the isolation rate, and F here denotes the proportion rate, and then gamma denotes the uh, release rate from the compartments, from the compartment T. So next slide, let us consider the differential equation for each corresponding compartment. So my group mates arrive at this equation, and we check it to the paper, which is the same. We find out that this is the same. So, and then for the compartment with respect to I, we have the differential equation by the next slide. And then for with respect to the compartment T, we have the third differential equation. Next slide, please. And then the fourth one. Next slide. And so the next slide will show the system of ODEs. So next slide, please. So we have this system of ODEs. Then the next task is actually we are given the task to determine the R naught. So the next slide, we first solve for the disease-free equilibrium using equation 1. Then we set I to be equal to 0, and the change in the susceptible is equal to 0. So we obtain the next value. Next slide, please. So we have S to be lambda over mu. And so therefore our disease-free equilibrium, next slide, please. We have this point, lambda over mu 0, 0, 0. And using this disease-free equilibrium, we use the next-gen method to find out the R naught. So as you can observe, there are only 2 compartments which are infected. So we only need to consider the compartment I and T. And so we arrive the following vectors, F sub I. So please, next slide. So we have the following equations, and then we set up the next generation matrix given by the next slide. So we have this one, and then the inverse of the matrix V is given by the next slide. But before that, we first, for simplicity, we let our A sub 1, 1 to be our capital A, and then for A sub 2, 2, we let it to be B for simplicity. So we have F sub V inverse given by this one. And the next slide. So consequently, we are now to find the eigenvalues of FV inverse, and actually we obtain 2 values, which are lambda equals 0, and this lambda equals beta lambda, capital lambda, and then times mu plus delta plus gamma over mu H. And the stability is determined by the non-zero eigenvalue. And so therefore our threshold parameter R naught on the model SITR is given by B lambda mu plus delta plus gamma over mu H. And then we can compute the value of R naught using the parameters. Next slide, please. Given on the paper of Lucido et al. So we obtain the R naught to be 0.000277, and which is less than 1. So that means our system is stable. And next slide, please. Using again the previous parameter values, we obtain this simulation with the given initial condition S of 0 equals 407,837 and I of 0 to be 73,360. Again, this data are obtained from the Philippine 2020 report on the H5N6 outbreak. And observe next slide. So as we can see, isolating the infected birds and applying treatment on them prevent an outbreak and reduce further spread of the infection in the population. And the next task given to us by Mr. Abel Locedo is to investigate what will happen to the population when we make some changes on our isolation rate. So the next slide will show the what will happen to susceptible, infected, isolated, and recovered. So next slide, please. So we have this one. Next, so susceptible and then infected. So take note, the original value for psi is 0.01. So the green one, ito yung we increase the value of psi, and then observe that the susceptible decreases low compared to when we consider psi to be 0.01. So let's run through with the other slides. So ito yung mga simulation namin na nakuha na result. And the next slide, so let's go with the observation. So as we increase our isolation rate, again, I would like to reiterate, susceptible populations decreases slowly. And then second, so next slide. Infected birds are eliminated in a shorter period. And then next slide. Isolated birds rapidly increases and then decrease afterward due to releasing of birds from isolation. So after investigating what will happen when we increase or decrease the isolation rate, the next thing to check is what will happen if the proportion of recovered birds we do some changes. So these are the results. So next slides. And then I think let's proceed with the observation. So next slide, finally. So as we decrease the proportion of recovered birds from isolation, so the following we observe: susceptible populations increase slowly, infected birds increase rapidly and then decrease rapidly, and then recovered bird increase rapidly and then it decreases slowly. So in conclusion, using the isolation treatment strategy, I think it's an effective measure to reduce the outbreak of H5N6. So that's all. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation for the group 5, which is on mathematical epidemiology. I think we still have one more presentation. May I request the other subgroup for this workshop? If you could turn on your camera.
Wait lang po, sir. My apologies po, nagkakaroon ng technical difficulty on my part dito po sa laptop ko po. But I'll try to I'll try to do my best po na makahabol po dito po sa presentation.
May I request you to turn on your camera so that we could spotlight you for this presentation. All right.
Okay po. Wait lang po, sir. I'm still waiting for my laptop to work po.
So again, this is actually the same group, right? From Dr. Stacy Smith's workshop on Introduction to Mathematical Epidemiology.
Yes po, sir.
Can you, are you allowed to share on your presentation? Is there an option for you to share the presentation?
Sige po sir, wait lang po Sorry po talaga. Naghahang po yung sa laptop ko po. Wait po.
All right. So anyway, while we're still waiting on your presentation, so we will just skip to one AVP. So as you can, so you have the time to prepare your work.
Sige po. Thank you po, sir.
Kailangan ko lang ilarawan sa inyo yung nararamdaman nating lakas ng hangin dito.
Nasa loob pa rin po ng Pilipinas ang Super Typhoon Yolanda.
Bagyo, ganitong klase kalakas.
This is your home.
5 years ago, Typhoon Yolanda devastated Tacloban and its surrounding areas, taking more than 20,000 lives and leaving its survivors with immeasurable loss. When everything you love has been ripped from you, what allows you to stand back up and face another day? It's so easy to label our nation as resilient and strong, but what does that actually look like?
It surprised so many other people around the world. Bakit nakabalik ka agad? Now, this is part of our historical process. We always, for every disaster, we always stood back.
So we met this young girl named Kathleen, and to think that she's just a year younger than me, the things that she's seen, the things that she's lived through, I couldn't imagine myself in her shoes. When you see her kind eyes and easy smile, you'd never imagine what she's had to live through.
I'm Kathleen Nanatad po. Both of my parents, hindi na po nakita. Yung kuya ko, tapos yung asawa ng ate ko. Doon po ako kumapit sa puno ng nyug. So naanod ako. Siguro mga 3 hours po. Yun po yata yung definition ng zero visibility. Wala ka pong makikita. My life is a blessing, diba? Di ko pwedeng isipin na porkit nawala yung parents ko, I have to kill myself. Because maybe they saved me. Parang they sacrificed themselves para ma-save ako. So I have to keep going. Losing a loved one is, yes, it's very painful. Masakit talaga siya. Pero hindi naman ibig sabihin na mawawala din yung pagmamahal nila sa'yo. It just means that they may not be there physically, pero mararamdaman mo na may magsusupport sa'yo emotionally and spiritually.
After learning about Kathleen's story, when I walked around the streets of Tacloban after that, I saw everyone in a new light. I saw them not just as ordinary people, but as survivors. And I wondered to myself, how is it that they could lose so much, but still find a will to live, or find a reason to keep going? And how is it that they could be dealt such an unfair hand in life, but still look forward to tomorrow? So maybe, I thought, the answer could lie in the history of Leyte. In given the chance to represent the culture of the Philippines internationally, authenticity was a really important thing to me. So we consulted different historians, and also we were able to have a conversation with a Filipino artist, Sir Dante.
Ako si Dante Inage, isang local artist dito sa Tacloban.
Ang pattern na nasa dibdib ay nagre-represent ng bundok. Nasa may dibdib din na tinatawag na pagasi or lotus flower. Noong mga nakaraang siglo, ang aming mga ninuno ay may mga marka sa katawan. Ngunit sa paglipas ng panahon, ang sining ng pagtatato ay unti-unting naglalaho. Pero ang pagiging mandirigma ay nananalitay sa aming mga dugo.
For the main body of Catriona Gray catsuit, I was inspired for Pintadas Festival. A warrior. It's a female version of warrior. We traveled to Leyte to research the patterns, the details, and then we transformed into a modern version of warrior. Pas na-execute mo kasi pag naiintindihan mo yung designs at saka inspiration ng gagawin mo. So, mas maganda talaga pag ma-witness mo talaga na saan galing yung concept ng designs mo.
I think after this trip and just hearing all the stories and, thinking about what it would be like to be in their shoes, everyone loses something. Everyone falls down. Everyone suffers disappointment, regret. But it's really about what makes you step back up again. What gives you the push to keep going. There's a warrior inside all of us. And there's a warrior inside Filipinos.
All right, so right now we will be, the last presenter will be presenting their work from their student workshop. So I believe Sir Joseph is right here right now. Yes. So there you go. Please turn on your camera. Okay.
Again, my apologies po for the inconvenience. So to begin our presentation po, so we are the second group of Workshop 5 under the facilitation of Mr. Dr. Smith and Mr. Abel Lucido. So in our problem, here is the problem for our group. So suppose you have here a disease where the susceptible people can become infected and then subsequently recover with permanent immunity. However, some proportion of infected individuals are quarantined. You may assume here that there is a constant birth and background death rate for this disease. In our group, we are only required to analyze the stability and the behavior of our disease-free equilibrium. So to do that, we will use the ordinary differential equation where we will compute the equilibrium solutions, particularly the disease-free equilibrium solution, and then we will look upon the stability of the equilibrium solution and the stability conditions based on our parameters. So before we proceed with the computations, we will now show the diagram of our model. So in this model, we will consider the SIQR model, where A here represents the constant birth rate, mu represents the natural death rate of an individual, beta represents the rate at which the susceptible person will become infected, and then Q, small q, will represent the rate at which the infected person will become quarantined. C here will represent the rate at which the quarantined person will become recovered. And then R here, small r, represents the rate at which the infected person will become recovered. And lastly, epsilon and D represents the death rate caused by the disease. Okay, so to construct our ordinary differential equation, we will have here a SIQR model where the S prime here is represented by the equation I prime, Q prime, and then R prime is represented by these equations. Thus, we have here a system of 4 differential equations with respect to time t. Now, using these differential equations, we next compute for the disease-free equilibrium. After equating each differential equation into 0, we now have the solution, which is E naught, and it is given by E naught equals capital A all over mu, 0, 0, 0, which implies that capital A over mu is the number of susceptible people in the population. Okay? And then from our disease-free equilibrium, we will now look at the stability conditions of the system. So to do this, we need to linearize our system of 4 differential equations, and hence we get here the Jacobian matrix. Here, the Jacobian matrix is evaluated at the disease-free equilibrium and is represented by this 4x4 matrix. Using this Jacobian matrix, we will conduct another process, which we will get from there the characteristic equation of the system. So using the equation determinant of J minus lambda I, where lambda is the eigenvector and capital I is the 4x4 identity matrix, the corresponding characteristic equation is equivalent to this equation. So lambda plus mu quantity square, quantity lambda plus quantity mu plus c plus d, quantity lambda minus quantity beta A over mu minus q plus epsilon plus r plus mu is equal to 0. And in order to have a stable equilibrium solution, we will use here the Routh-Hurwitz condition. So for the Routh-Hurwitz criterion, in order to get a negative eigenvalue, we need all the coefficients or the zeros of this system of this equilibrium solution must be negative. So in this case, we found here in the first two equations, lambda here is negative. Since lambda here is negative mu, and lambda is equal to negative mu plus c plus d. So the only condition that we will want to look now is in this last expression. So in order for this to have a negative equilibrium, negative eigenvalue, we need for beta A over mu minus this expression must be less than 0. So that once we get here the value, the eigenvalue, we will now have a negative value. So from here, we can now conclude that the equilibrium solution, E naught, is now stable given this criterion. And from that criterion, we can now get the reproduction number. So using the next generation method, the reproductive number R naught is now given by the expression beta A all over mu quantity Q plus epsilon plus R plus mu. Okay. And from here, we can now conclude that the disease-free equilibrium point, E naught, is now stable when R naught is less than 1. So with that, we have simplified our stability conditions that the equilibrium solution is stable when R naught is less than 1 and is unstable when R naught is greater than 1. So we have here next the time series analysis of our disease-free equilibrium. So we have used here the parameter values at below, and from here we have presented here the result of the equilibriums of the time series analysis of our SIQR model. So this must be R naught less than 1. So when R naught is less, so when given these parameter values, we have gathered here a stable equilibrium solution at least 90. So in this point, we have considered here R naught is less than 1. Now, next that we will now consider here is when R naught is greater than 1. So to have R naught must be greater than 1, we will try to decrease the value of Q and R. So when we decrease the value of Q and R, we have found here that the equilibrium solution becomes unstable, but then again, slowly becomes stable as time increases. Same is true at the other equations, the I, Q, and the R. So they become stable after some time t. And if we decrease again the value of Q and value of R here, we can see now that the disease-free equilibrium continues to become stable, but then again, as time increases, the system slowly becomes stable at these points. So same is true for the other equations found below. So to conclude our discussion, we have here some interpretations of results. So number one, by increasing the values of Q and R such that Q plus R is greater than 0.29909 with all other parameters are constant, we have found here that E naught remains stable with R naught less than 1. On the other hand, by decreasing the values of Q and R such that Q plus R is less than 0.29909, while other parameters remain constant, E naught becomes unstable. Hence, we have here R naught greater than 1. And in addition, since we have mentioned earlier that as time increases, when R naught is greater than 1, the system now stabilizes. Actually, in our system, since we have only shown here the solution for the disease-free equilibrium, in fact, when R naught, when time t increases and R naught is greater than 1, what happens here is that the system stabilizes at a new equilibrium solution E star, represented by S star, I star, QR, and R star, where these parameter values can be represented by these solutions. Okay, so that would be all for our presentation. Thank you very much for listening to our.
All right, thank you so much, sir, for that presentation. And that will be all for the presentations of the workshops from the previous days. So once again, congratulations to our student presenters. Okay, so at this point, we will be awarding the certificates to our plenary speakers, to our student presenters, and of course, to the winners of the 3-minute presentation. So let me read the citation. The International Workshop on Mathematical Biology 2021. This certificate of appreciation is awarded to Dr. Jomar Rabahante in gratitude for sharing his expertise as keynote speaker during the International Workshop on Mathematical Biology 2021 held on 9 to 11 June 2021. Distributed this 11th day of June 2021, University of the Philippines, Mindanao. Signed, Associate Professor May Ann Mata, PhD, Organizing Head. The same certificate is given to Dr. Aurelio A. de los Reyes V in gratitude for sharing his expertise as plenary speaker. The same certificate is given to Dr. Yusuf Mameri as in sharing his expertise as plenary speaker. And of course, we would like to give the certificates of appreciation to our student presenters. This certificate of participation is awarded to Imari Joy C. Borda in recognition for participating in workshop number 1, Introduction to Numerical Methods for Stochastic Models, Cepis Argulitum, during the International Workshop on Mathematical Biology 2021 held on 9 to 11 June 2021. So, reminding everyone that these certificates will also be given to all our student presenters. So once again, congratulations. And now, this is the moment that we have been waiting for. Who will be the winners for this year's 3-minute presentation? All right, so we will start with the third place. Congratulations to Rian Fritz Halandoni in winning third place on the 3-minute presentation with his research entitled Cellular Automaton-Based Model of Neuronal Dynamics on a Spherical Surface during the International Workshop on Mathematical Biology 2021 held on 9 to 11 June 2021, distributed this 11th day of June 2021, University of Philippines, Mindanao. All right, so congratulations, Rian Fritz. And now for the third place. There are two awards for the third place, I believe. And here we have Rainier Sander Ramos. Congratulations in winning the third place. So I believe that they are the same group. All right. Congratulations for winning third place. And now for the second place. Congratulations, Emmanuel Lance Christopher Plan the sixth in winning second place on the 3-minute presentation with his research entitled Activity Pulses Induce Spontaneous Flow Reversals in Viscoelastic Environments. Congratulations for winning second place. And of course, the first place. Congratulations to Paul Gerald Sanchez for winning first place on the 3-minute presentation with his research entitled Microfluidics-Based Entrainment of Synchronized Signaling Oscillations in an Embryonic Tissue. Congratulations, Paul Gerald. All right, so once again, congratulations to our winners. Everyone did a wonderful job for this year's 3MP. So right now, we would like to recognize the International Workshop on Mathematical Biology 2021 Committee. So if your name is called, please turn on your cameras. Let's start with the chair, of course, of the International Workshop on Mathematical Biology 2021 Committee, Dr. May Ann E. Mata from the University of the Philippines, Mindanao. You also have Dr. Jomar F. Rabahante from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. You also have Dr. Angeline R. Lau from the De La Salle University. We also have Dr. Edita Siose from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. We have Dr. Aurelio A. de los Reyes V from the University of the Philippines, Mindanao. Diliman, I'm sorry. University of Philippines, Diliman. We also have Dr. Gerald M. Tubay from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. We also have Dr. Juancho A. Colera from University of the Philippines, Baguio. We have Dr. Victoria May P. Mendoza from University of the Philippines, Diliman. And of course, we have Assistant Professor Raquel U. Tabornal from University of the Philippines, Visayas. So once again, please turn on your cameras po. So I think we'll have a picture taking for the committee. So smile po for Iwomb 2021 committee. Congratulations. And of course, we would like to recognize also the Technical Committee of the Iwomb 2021. So we would like to request the technical team of Iwomb 2021 to please also turn on your cameras for the picture taking. So ayan po yung mga faces behind the Zoom and all the technical difficulties na nangyayari sa ating event. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. So once again, congratulations and thank you so much for making this event happen. So smile once again for the picture taking. Sige, another one. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, so ayan, thank you so much to our Iwomb 2021 committee and the Iwomb 2021 technical committee. And of course, to formally end this session, may I call on the co-chair of the Iwomb 2021 committee. We have Assistant Professor Raquel Tabornal.
Good day, everyone. On behalf of the committee for this event, before we formally close this Iwomb 2021, I would like to thank and congratulate all the participants who have been very active in participating in the workshop despite the remote setup that we have. To our guest speakers and workshop facilitators, distinguished professors and researchers from the different parts of the world who have imparted their knowledge and expertise, especially to our active and dynamic participants from various organizations and universities. We are very thankful for accepting our invitations and we hope for your continued support. To our host for this year's event, the University of the Philippines, Mindanao, led by Dr. May Ann Mata and her nicer UPMIN team, and their very supportive Chancellor, Dr. Larry Digal, congratulations and thank you very much. This would not have been possible without your undying effort and love for the mathematical biology community. And of course, I would like to congratulate and thank the pioneers who have given birth to this Iwomb, which started in 2018. I will not name them one by one because they already know who they are. We are very thankful for the initiative of these people because without them, there is no Iwomb here in the Philippines. Our theme, Strengthening Decision Support System for Better Public Policy Through Infectious Disease Modeling, is very timely and relevant to our situation right now, especially that we are still in a pandemic. This reminds us that this Iwomb should not end here. This is a perfect avenue or venue for us researchers and educators in the country and worldwide where we can generate decision support systems that will empower local government units and public health officials. As we formally close this workshop, bringing the learning experiences that we got from here, let us always go back to our primary purpose. We do it not only for ourselves, but for humanity. Once again, congratulations, thank you very much, and mabuhay!
Thank you so much, Professor Raquel. What a fruitful way to culminate today's event. Despite our current situation, we still managed to make this workshop happen. So at this point, we will also be presenting to you a video about the previous Iwomb workshops and of course, our very own same-day edit video. All right, so that will be for the whole of Iwomb. We appreciate all the participants who never failed to support the yearly celebration of the International Workshop on Mathematical Biology. Consider this a platform to share and cultivate ideas, not just in mathematical biology, but in science communication as a whole. Knowledge exchange is knowledge acquired. Congratulations, everyone. This is Kenneth. Stay safe, and we'll see you again next time. Anyway, we are requesting everyone to turn on their cameras for the picture taking. Once again, requesting everyone, all the participants, to turn on their cameras for remembrance for the next another BTS for Iwomb 2022. Okay, so since there are 3 pages, smile lang po kayo. 1, 2, 3, smile. A picture. Next page, 1, 2, 3, smile. And last page, we have 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, once again, congratulations. Thank you so much for participating in this Iwomb 2021.
Congrats!
Yes! Salamat!
Once again, please don't forget to fill out the evaluation forms that we have presented on chat box. We also have inputted it doon po sa YouTube page namin. So don't forget, for the certificates, it will be given once these evaluation forms are filled out. Thank you so much.